Again. Man, we got to work on this timing. There we go. Fallon in on the left. Bad Eye Brinegar on the right. Ford versus Chevrolet. Here we go. Jimmy Fallon's Corvette goes 003 off the line. Then slows up to a 706 at the other end. Bad Eye Brinegar gets the win, runs dead on 4, and takes 21 thousandths stripe down at the other end of the racetrack to move on to the Elite 8 in our top sportsman competition. So Bad Eye Brinegar's in. Here's Steven taking on Racing Jason. Jason coming off the win at the Jag Sports National 7 days ago. Gentleman who absolutely annihilates tires on the back of that Grand Am doing his burnouts. Cars Competition, or the CarsProtectionPlus.com, I should say. Grand Am here on the Toyota side, 683. Brinegar in another all-Ford Probe, dialed in at a 694. A blown 540 combination for Racing Jason. Over here on the Toyota side, trying to keep his round win streak alive. And he does. Steven goes red by 11 thousandths. Racing Jason has now won 6 rounds in a row, 681 at 209 miles an hour. 681.9 on his 683 dial, able to leg it out the back end. So he'll be back for the Elite 8. Brinegar's day is done with a 695. Kenyon Dinkle and Chris Osborne getting ready to roll in next. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car, round number 1. Eliminations getting ready to come up. Kenyon at the wheel of the Cavalier, the college professor with that big motor. Underneath the hood of the Cavalier, Osborne's Michigan Bakes. Chevy Camaro over here on the right-hand side, the Pack Race Springs runner. Osborne dialed in 698. Kenyon dialed in 687. Chris, who won it all over in Columbus, Ohio. Kenyon off, green. Chris Osborne, green. Win light, Osborne. 98-1. Wow, dead on 1. 698-1 at 191. 684 by Kenyon. 199 miles an hour. Gets down there, takes a little bit too much stripe. And breaks out at the other end. So the Pack Race Springs. Chevy Camaro gets to come back. Ron Biondo and Kyle Camp lining up. Biondo's Chevy Lumina. Kyle's Pontiac Trans Am. Trans Am seem to have just inordinately large rear wings on them. Guess it helps to keep that rear planted going down the racetrack. Beyond on a 680 with the Lumina. Camp on a 682 with the Trans Am. in, Kyle's in, green lights a pair, and away we go. Ooh, bang, bang, snap, snap, pop, pop. Kyle Camp down there looks like he's getting ready to pop some popcorn, and, well, you don't want to do that when you're trying to get a race car down the racetrack. 857 at 109 by Kyle. Biondo Motors on by. 686 at 178. And for the engineer out of Terre Haute, it'll be back to the planning board with that one. The 500 cubic inch Toyota just wasn't happy going down the racetrack. So Biondo gets to come back and play one more time, and another pair. And final pair, Scotty Wasco, who last year took on Mark McDonald's, dragstersforsale.com, Mustang in the final round, and whooped him. Trying to get back to that final round again. Scotty on a 683, his aluminum-bodied car, taking on Rick Bowman. Of Iowa, getting in at the last moment with the Camaro, trying to make it one round, doesn't do it. 681 on a 683. 682.6. Scotty on a double breakout gets the true margin of victory at 10 thousandths of a second. Bowman's day is done. Takes the stripe by just a bit too much. Scotty and Rick both break out, but Scott gets to bring his alumina-bodied machine back one more time. Back up. The Illinois-based Grand Am right side coming out of the number 10 spot. Taking on Don O'Neill. Part of that dragstersforsale.com team with the Monte Carlo. Don dialed in 681. Basically, at this stage of the game, Don has the entire crew of all the dragstersforsale.com helping out because he's the only one left in. Tim Kerman wants to send him packing too. Don's not going to go down without a fight, though, I'm here to tell you. Super Comp, round number 3, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp, round 3, need you to the lanes. O'Neill's Monte Carlo, top end, 676.6 on a 681. And that ain't going to do it. Tim Kerman goes 007, dead on 5, throws a 12 thousandths package at Don O'Neill here in round number 2. Basically looks over and says, you want some, come and get it. And, well, Don just couldn't quite get her done. So Kerman goes to the Elite 8. Quarterfinals of Top Sportsman will be back in just a few, or just a bit, I should say. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Round number 3, an alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, first round of eliminations. Getting ready to come up next. ready. Round number 1 of alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. Get our track prepped and ready. Round number 1 of alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. Super Comp, round number 3. We need you to the lanes. That means Super Street. We'll be calling you in right behind Super Comp. Following Super Street, stock. I'm forewarning you now. You'll follow Super Street. Super Gas, you'll drop in right behind stock. Super Stock behind Super Gas. We're going to work our way through the race day. Crown some champions. 3 rounds of alcohol funny car and alcohol dragster racing to go. We're going to have 8 to begin with. 4 for round number 2. God willing, creek don't rise. A couple of cars each for the final round in alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. That's the plan. Get the John Deere out there, put a little fresh skim coat of rubber down. Well, a crew chief out there checking out the racetrack. We're whipping around a little bit of trash down there. If you see a piece of trash blowing around, stop and pick it up. We'd appreciate it. So it looks like one more pass for the John Deere going down the Toyota and the O'Reilly lanes. Putting down a little fresh skim coat of rubber and making sure everything's clean, mean, lean, and green and ready to go. The alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. Getting ready to roll up, and dragster's going to be first out, number 4. Taking on number 5, Richie Crampton and Bob Sargent. Going to be the first pair to do the dance. On Route 66 Raceway, final day, race day, elimination day. At the Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Burn down at sundown. Competition. The closer coming up. Bob Sargent over here on the Toyota side. Let's see, by process of Vulcan logic, that means Richie Crampton. The Grease Monkey. Tony DeCero car going to be over there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. I have to really stretch my cranium sometimes to figure all this out, folks, but I think we've got it down. Well, I see Bob. Tractor comes off, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're with us today for final race day eliminations, those of you in the grandstands, I'd like to ask each and every one of you would to please stand for our invocation. We will follow that with our national anthem. And gentlemen, if you would please, we ask that you remove your cap for the playing of our national anthem. To lead us, though, in our invocation and put their blessing on race day and final elimination day, here at Route 66 Raceway, our chaplain from Racers for Christ, Scotty Wilson. Scotty, if you would, please, it's yours.
Thank you, sir. Bow with me, please. Almighty God, thank you for your great love and your mercy, the beautiful weather that we've had this weekend, Father, in this sport that we enjoy so much and that we call the NHRA. Father, thank you for the sponsors that allow us to do this, like a Lucas Oil Company, Father. Thank you so much for the great fans and the racers, Father, that you bring to us. I need to mention, Father, the track crew and the management that propel such a beautiful facility for us to enjoy this weekend at Route 66 Raceway. Father, for our country, we ask for your wisdom in its leadership. Father, for our military all around the world, your strong arm. Father, for our law enforcement, our fire, and our safety personnel, that your eye be upon them and they not be forgotten. Father, whether they be in the stands or strapped into the cars, Father, in the pits or racers, everyone, we ask for a blanket, a covering of your safety and your mercy and your protection today. Father, we ask that you would keep us all safe in the name of your Son, our Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Boys and girls, guys and gals, here we go. Round number 1, top alcohol dragster, and we're going to be led off by your number 4 and number 5 qualifiers, injected nitromethane a pair. Robert Sargent out of Indianapolis, the closer. Over here on the right-hand side, 5:41, the best in qualifying. Richie Crampton at the wheel, the gas monkey. Tony DeCero car. Over on the left-hand side, the O'Reilly side, dial 1 qualified. I'll spit it out in a minute with a 5:40 best. Here comes Richie. And here comes Robert. For those of you listening in, watching in via D3 TV, we apologize for the little blip in the coverage going out via the interweb. I think Warren's got everything tuned up. Back online. Appreciate everybody being with us around the country and around the world. You know what? Over the last year and a half or so, we've had watchers and listeners from Japan and Australia and Germany and South America. And I don't know, have we reached into Africa yet, Warren? He doesn't know. But I know we've had correspondence back from literally all parts of the globe. So we want to say welcome. Route 66 Raceway. Been a beautiful weekend. Got some high puffy clouds overhead. Weatherman says we're looking at a chance late today. But I think by the time that chance late today gets here, we should be done. A couple of rounds of eliminations in most of the categories last night. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car putting their final qualifying efforts down the Route 66 quarter mile. Richie Crampton, Bob Sargent. First pair in, and here we go. Sargent hikes the front end up, drifts it out of the groove, tries to settle it back down, looks towards the other end of the racetrack and sees the back end of that gas monkey car getting awfully small. 5:56, 269 miles an hour for Richie will get him the win. For Sargent, hike that front end up. The car moved to the right. Bob had to pedal it, feather it, get it back down. And by then it was all over with. The competition running away from him down at the other end of the racetrack. So Richie takes the round win and moves on to round number 2. So Crampton, being off the pace of his qualifying run of a 5:40, still gets her down the racetrack. 5:56 269 miles an hour. He'll come back to run either Cook Wolf or Jared Dreher. We'll find out about them in a minute. Mia Tedesco. Coming up, the Cars Protection Plus. .com entry over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Mia was your number one qualifier last year. How well did that work out? Well, she wasn't in the final round. But the number 3 qualifier last year, Jared Dreher, did make it to the final round. Well, guess where Mia qualified this year? Yep, you're right. You're good. Number 3. Mia with a 5:39, a 5:40, and a 5:40. She's made 3 runs down this racetrack within thousandths of a second. 5:39, 5:40 with an 8, and 5:40 with an 8. It doesn't get much better than that. JP Gutierrez, your number 6 qualifier. The family out of Berkeley, Michigan, running for MGM Grand Detroit and the Children's Center up in Detroit. Boys, Phil and JP doing a whole lot of philanthropic stuff for the young kids in Detroit through the Children's Center. Had a great weekend over in Norwalk a couple of weeks ago, and they're continuing on. 5:44. 261 miles an hour, 5:51, Mia's slowest run of the weekend at the most inopportune time. JP out of the number 6 qualifying slot goes 5:44.3 and dances to the semifinals. So JP's in. The Children's Center is in. Mia, the CarsProtectionPlus.com, after going 39, 40, and 40. This guy's up to a 5:51 in the opening round. And, well, that wasn't the game plan that they rolled up to the starting line with. But as Dave McClellan used to say, TDR, that's drag racing. At 5:51, could probably have won a round against another competitor, but not that time. Not against JP and Phil, the Gutierrez family, and the MGM Grand car. All right, semifinals for them. Who's going to join them? Going to be Marty Thacker, going to be Krista Baldwin. Krista 5:42 in qualifying. Marty with a 5:36 best. Krista at the wheel of the Tony DeCero tuned and owned automobile. Clutches on the side of the car this weekend for the young lady out of Upland, California. Taking a tow to the Grandpa's stomping grounds. Grandpa being the Greek. Marty Thacker was your number 2 qualifier a year ago. Number 2 qualifier here again this year. Didn't make it to the finals then. I'm going to give it an old college try to get to the finals today. Thacker and the gang. Out of Illinois, the Total Flow Products machine over there on the left-hand side. 5:36.2 in qualifying. A 5:36, a 5:46, and a 5:68. Took a little bit of time to get that 36 coaxed out of the car, but they did. Thacker, a past U.S. Nationals champ. Blown alcohol combination. He'll have the RPMs up around 6,000, 6,500 when he swaps feet and heads for the other end of the racetrack. Krista Baldwin, the injected nitro car. Tony over here turning the wrenches, making the shots, calling the shots. Getting ready to send the young lady down the racetrack. Krista with a 5:42 best in qualifying, 600ths of a second behind what Marty ran, but 5 spots on the qualifying sheet. Pretty good field of race cars here this weekend. Be interesting to see who goes to the semifinals. You want lane choice? Got to go better than 5:44.3. They're in and away. Thacker's car out in front, pulling away, and another 5:36.2. Identical to what they qualified number 2 with. 269 miles an hour by Marty. He was 004 coming off the starting line. Krista cruises through 5:58 at 2:47. But man, 5:36.2. The air not quite as good as it was last night when they ran it, and they still ran to the thousands what they ran in qualifying. A little high-fiving going on back here in the back of the Trailblazer. Nice lap, guys. And into the semifinals you go. And, oh, by the way, you guys got lane choice. You pick them over the MGM Grand Car. Thacker into the final 4, 5:36.2. Identical to qualifying. That, kids, is stout. So Thacker's in. JP's in. Now we got to go to back to the other side of the ladder in what is effectively a rematch of last year's final round. Last year was Jared Dreher and Brandon Boer. Well, Dreher's there on the left-hand side. The Brandon Boer car over here on the Toyota line. Brandon, though, calling the tuning shots now in the automobile. Sitting in the driver's seat. Gentleman out of Cedar Creek, Texas, by the name of Kirk Wolf. Blown alcohol in the right lane this time. Injected nitro car. Jared Dreher and the gang. Out of Indiana there on the O'Reilly side. Richie Crampton had lane choice. Chose the O'Reilly lane. Marty Thacker with lane choice. Chose the O'Reilly, or left-hand side of the racetrack. JP Gutierrez with lane choice. Likewise, over on the O'Reilly side. Brandon Boer, though, with Kirk Wolf at the wheel, and your number 1 qualified car, their lane choice. Was that from the Department of Redundancy Department? Anyway, their lane choice over here on the Toyota side. It's enough to make a person go, as the announcer goes, Kirk Wolf, 5:31 last night. Final shot at qualifying. Now, I got to tell you, it's a little bit warmer. Track is a lot hotter than it was last night. So we'll see what kind of combination Brandon and Kirk and the gang have got for Jared Dreher. Dreher wants to go back to the final round. Knows he's got to get by last year's winning car to do it. Straight and true and on a string. How about a 5:32.7? 271 miles an hour for Kirk and Brandon and the gang. Yowza, your number 1 qualifier, picking the right-hand side of the racetrack, and didn't hurt them any. 5:63, 2:53 by Jared Dreher. Brandon looking to go back to the final round. He's got to get by Richie Crampton in that next round, and Richie and the crew over there in the Tony DeCero pits going 5:32. Whew. We're going to have to step up our game plan a little bit. But you know what? It's not always about that. It's about being able to get your car down the racetrack the best you can. And if the other driver stumbles, stutters, has issues, falls back, can't do it, you may get the round win. Right place, right time. So it's Kirk Wolf, Richie Crampton, semifinals of Alcohol Dragster. Marty Thacker picking on the Gutierrez family out of Detroit. They're looking to just keep going rounds. Got their first ever round win over in Norwalk before they ended up having a spectacular weekend. Love to keep that string alive here this weekend. Well, look out the window, and the Alcohol Funny car, first pair, already doing their burnouts. Again, we're going to lead off with the number 4 and number 5 qualifier, Chris Foster, taking on Rick Cortino. And again, lane choice, taking the left-hand side. I'm telling you, though, this has been a very well-balanced track all weekend long. Have not seen a tremendous amount of variation from left to right. That makes it a good, fun race. Well, for most. Foster out of Iowa, your number 4 qualifier, struggled mightily. 15-second run, 12-second run, finally able to get in with a 5.67. And that resounding shot put him into the number 4 spot. Rick Cortino, 2 laps down the racetrack, 5.93 and a 5.84. The family out of Wheaton, Illinois. Cortino, a plumber by profession. The Firebird-bodied entry over on the right-hand side. I don't know what they're doing underneath the back of the car. Looks like we're good to go now. Cortino on the right, Foster on the left. RPM's up. Swap feet. Shift it. Shift it. Keep the foot planted. And get the wind light. 5.68, 257. Chris Foster and crew. Just a thousandth off their qualifying run. 5.93 by Rick Cortino. A 5.93.2 to be exact. Came up just a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack. But Foster and John going to the semifinals at a 5.68 pace. 5.680. 257 miles an hour. And again, we need Super Comp. Round number 3 to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Round number 3, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So Chris moves on. Cortino and the crew has the opportunity to head back to Wheaton, Illinois a little bit earlier than what they had originally anticipated. And our next pair, Scott McVeigh, Tony Bogolo. Scott, another car that used 2 of the 3 qualifying opportunities to get into the field. McVeigh out of Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba, Canada. Over there on the left-hand side, taking on Tony Bogolo's ride. Bogolo out of Ohio. Over here on the right-hand side, as we call Super Street. Round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. Super Street. Round number 3, you need to come join Super Comp in the lane. Super Comp, round 3. Super Street, round 3. Need you to lanes. Tony Bogolo, number 6 qualifier. Here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. 647 and 584. And Tony and crew. Only 2 good laps down the racetrack to get in number 6. Scott McVeigh, normally tuned by a gentleman named Will Hanna out of Texas. Will couldn't make the trip this weekend. So he's been tuning via AT&T or Sprint or Verizon or whoever Scott McVeigh has for cell phone usage. But anyway, it's been tuned up via the telephone. I guess that would be called a teletune. Will sitting at home cringing, listening in on D3 TV. McVeigh left side, 564, put him into the number 3 spot. Super Street, been called to the lanes. Stockers, round number 4 needs you to the lanes now. Super Comp, Super Street, and Stock. Needing you to the staging lanes, please. McVeigh and Bogolo. Going ahead for the semifinals. One of them is going to find the destination, and one of them gets an invite back to the pits. Green lights a pair. A little bit better out of the gate, Tony. A little wiggle out of the car, Tony. Scott McVeigh, straight and true, 556, 263, his best lap of the weekend. 589 for Tony. Tony had the advantage out of the gate, but you could see the Firebird do a little sachet down here about the 250, 300-foot mark, and Scott McVeigh takes that Manitoba-based Canada into round number 2. The final 4, 5.568, 263. Looks like it'll be Scott and Will tele-tuning one more time. So 2 of our final 4 decided. Let's flip over. See who's going to run whom. John Lombardo. The NapaFilters.com car. John and the gang out of California. John driving the Rick Jackson-owned machine. They were your number 1 qualifier here a year ago. Went to the final round where they took on number 2 qualifier Jay Payne. Well, this year it's been a whole different story. Lombardo and the gang, 13-second run, 9.4-second run. And finally able to get in to the field at the number 7 spot with a 584. Certainly not representative of what the car who finished 3rd in the world last year is capable of. And I noticed last night the lights in the pits were on and the guys were thrashing. Andy Bowl for Hedman Competition, Total Flow Products, and Competition Engineering, number 9 in the country last year. Andy sitting with a number 2 qualifying effort and 3 good runs down the racetrack. In fact, all 3 of Andy Bowles' runs quicker by 0.2 than anything that Rick Jackson and John Lombardo threw down. You got to think on paper, Andy Bowles got the advantage. But this is drag racing. They could have found something in the Rick Jackson pit area last night. Both drivers dancing and driving. Lombardo down the racetrack. How about that? 5:56.9. And I think Rick Jackson smiled. 269 miles an hour. Andy goes 5:89 at 2:56. Andy's worst run of the weekend meets John Lombardo's best run of the weekend. And for that, John Lombardo, the NapaFilters.com crew, the gang out of California, headed to the Final Four. And, oh, by the way, that 5:56.9, they missed lane choice by a 1,000th of a second. McVeigh went 5:56.8. But like we said earlier, lane choice has been, or the lanes have been pretty even. So it's Lombardo and McVeigh. Now we're going to find out who Chris Foster's going to run. Jay Payne going to move on. It's going to be Todd Robertson. Talked about the troubles and travails that John Lombardo and the Napa Filters crew had. They had a weekend that was a piece of cake compared to what Todd Robertson and the Eaton gang have had. 12-second run, 12-second run. And Todd and the gang just happy that there were only 8 cars here because that 12-second run got them in. They got to take on, though, the number 1 qualifier, Jay Payne. And Jay with back-to-back 5.5-second runs. A 5:53 to clinch a hold on the number 1 spot for the Peak Antifreeze and Coolant machine. Jay, another California runner there on the left-hand side. Again, Super Comp, Street, Super Street, and Stock Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Street, and Stock Eliminator. Boys and girls, need you to the lanes so we can get you paired up and rock and roll our way through the day toward crowning our champions. Robertson, right side. Did they find anything last night? Are they just going to go down the racetrack as best they can and hope that Peak Antifreeze and Coolant car has a bobble in it? Robertson out of the gate first. Jay Payne out of the groove, and it's Robertson getting the win. Oh, man, right place, right time. I don't know how many rabbits are running around on 3 feet right now, but I think the Robertson gang has got every lucky rabbit's foot they could have stashed away in the toolbox. Robertson, 624, 221. Jay in the peak antifreeze and coolant car, a little out of the groove. Tried to stay with it, tried to ease it back in, but man, 767 at 114 miles an hour just isn't going to get it done. Can you say upset city? I knew you could. Well, at 624, certainly ain't going to give him lane choice, but for Todd Robertson and the gang, good golly, Miss Molly and jumping Jehoshaphat. They're doing the bippity-boppity-boo to go down and get him the other end of the racetrack, and Robertson into the semifinals. Well, we know one thing. In Alcohol Funny Car, the defending champ, not going to win it 2 years in a row. Ain't going to happen because Jay is out. Chris Bishop, Super Gas driver, Chris Bishop, needs you to the media center to sign a W-9 so we can get you your check. Chad Peckrell, Jimmy Fallon, Kenyon Dinkle, Kyle Camp, and Don O'Neill in our top sportsman ranks. Top dragster, we're looking for Marty Cheeseman, Frank Carpinelli, Madison Ellison, John Skelly, and Tony Elrod. Comp eliminator, need Mark Kirkman, Jason Cohen, Michael Manns, and Jim Promosic Jr. Gentlemen, ladies, if I called your name, you need to come to the media center in the tower, sign your W-9, get your paperwork filled out properly so we can get you squared away and get a check sent to you. Well, that was certainly an interesting session of Alcohol Funny Car. Be interesting to see them come back, Lombardo and McVeigh. Scott McVeigh lane choice by 1,000. Chris Foster taking on Todd Robertson, the other side of the ladder. Alcohol dragster, it'll be Kirk Wolf taking on Richie Crampton and Marty Thacker. Gets the boys from Detroit City, JP and Phil, the Gutierrez brothers. All right, Super Comp going to come up. Brian Horton, Danny Nelson going to dance. Going to turn it over to Greg Lazinski here, the announcer at Route 66 Raceway. He's going to dance you through Super Comp and Super Street. I'll be back in a few.
Thanks, Unc. Have a good break here. Super Comp is coming up here in the tower. Coming up through the tunnel. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, we got Danny Nelson driving a 16 Racecraft dragster. He's getting up against Brian Horton. He's running an 07 American chassis. He's out of Walbridge, Ohio. The O'Reilly Auto Parts side, he's out of Batesville, Arizona. He owns Racecraft, Hoosier, and Brannon. As per usual, Super Comp set on an 890 breakout. That means these cars have to get as close to 890 without going faster. If so, they lose. So we're trying to get as close to 890 as possible without going faster. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, pre-staged. Both lanes pre-staged. See if these guys want to battle it out. And we got a double breakout here, and the win goes to Danny Nelson with a least breakout of 889 with a 4 at 180.1 miles an hour to a faster 886 with a 6. Got Chris Balkin here from Guilford, Indiana. He's an electrician, driving an 02 Molish chassis with a 565 power plant in it. Ryan Bergschneider is out of Waverly, local guy here, Waverly, Illinois. He's driving an 02 Undercover chassis. His car powered by a 557 Mopar. Let's see who gets it through the traps. And the win goes to Chris Balcom. out of Guilford, Indiana, with an 892 with a 7 at 170.2 miles an hour to a losing 889 with a 2 at 166.3. Riley Auto Parts side, we got Jim Garakis. He's out of Batavia, Illinois. Driving an '08 Spitzer chassis. This car's powered by a 632. He's going to run against Greg Camplin. He's out of Brownsburg, Indiana. The machine shop over. Camplin Machine Co. He's driving an '05 Spitzer chassis powered by a 632. He's a 2003 Supercomp Division 3 champion as well. Oh, and the win goes to Greg Camplin because Garakis, he red lights off the line. Instantly giving Camplin a pass to the next round. Campich goes 886 with a 7, breaking out. Both cars break out. How come I got nothing? Well, I'm having a little problem here with my screen here. It's not giving me the drivers right now. Look at that perfect light from Shannon Minigy. She takes with an 893 with an 8. 172.7 miles an hour. Good run for Shannon. Riley Auto Parts side, got Pat Martin. He's out of London, Ohio. Against Craig Schultz from Winona, Minnesota. He's driving a 2000 undercover chassis powered by a 584. Martin is driving a 2008 American chassis powered by a 565. This car is sponsored by Martin Motorsports. And Pat Martin takes it, running an 890 with a 7 on his dial with a 006 light. Good run for Pat Martin. He advances to a losing Craig Schultz at 888, 171.8. Got Tyler Bohannon from Louisville, Kentucky here. He's a car salesman driving this 13 racecraft chassis powered by a 582 power plant. He's going to be running against Rob Crupfield. He's out of Hamilton, Ohio. The auto technician, likes working on cars for a living all day, then comes out here and works on cars all weekend. And both cars break out, but the better one's the 889 with a 2 going to Bob Crupfield out of Hamilton, Ohio, taking a win to the next round over Tyler Bohannon's 886 with a 6. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, we got Anthony Elrod going to go against Total Lane with Jacob Elrod in it. Elrod out of Harrod, Ohio. He's a financial advisor. Anthony Elrod driving an '06 American chassis powered by a 632. He's a heavy equipment operator. Car sponsored by Sunico and Abruzzi Transmissions. Jacob driving his 14 American chassis dragster powered by a 632 power plant. Both of them taking their time to get into the beams here. And the win goes to Jacob Elrod, 892 with a 6 to losing 895. Riley Auto Parts side, we got Rick Bailey here. He's a local guy out of Decatur. Taking up against Bob Prost out of Terre Haute, Indiana. He's a business owner driving that 15 American dragster chassis. Bailey, he's driving an 02 Bailey chassis, homemade chassis, his own fabricated. That thing's powered by a 532 power plant, 533 Chevy. Pros, powered by a 632 Chevy. Super gas. Attention to the pits. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to staging lanes, please. And the win goes to Bob Prost, 890 with an 8 on his dialing. Great pass for Bob Prost. He goes on to the next round. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, we got Jeff Beckham here. Princeton, Minnesota. Long drive for this guy. He's driving an 05 Don Davis chassis with a 582 power plant. Toyota side, got this 95 Wizard chassis piloted by Jerry Haas. He's out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. He's retired and just enjoying racing. Haas goes red. Giving Beckham an instant pass to the next round. Beckham breaks out too. Lucky break for Beckham. 888 with a 6. He would have been going home if Haas did not red light. On the line, we got Jordan Pratt. He's out of Otsego, Minnesota. 19-year-old student driving his 2000 Spitzer chassis. Powered by a 582. Toyota side, we got Dean McMillan. He's out of Newcastle, Ohio. New Carlisle, Ohio. Sorry, pardon me. The president and CEO of McMillan Race Cars. Pratt, stage. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Super gas and super stock to the lanes, please. Super gas and super stock to the lanes, please. Jordan Pratt takes the instant win from McMillan. He goes 886 with an 8. Good luck for him because he would have went home to a losing 887, 176.6 miles an hour. Local guy out of Charleston here, Zach Papp. He's a body shop worker, 20 years old, driving his 2010 American chassis dragster, powered by a 598. He's going against Jeremy Mason. He's an engineer, driving a 15 Miller chassis. Zach Papp goes 901, 148.46 miles an hour. In the Toyota lane, we've got Dave Crawford coming from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 2011 Mile High Nationals winner, and 4th in Division 3 in 2014. He's driving an 08 undercover dragster. Retired guy, just enjoying the time racing. He's pre-staged, full stage. And Dave Crawford goes 887 with a 3 at 182.8 miles an hour. Switching classes over here, we got Jay Wilson driving his beautiful 64 Chevy. He's out of Milan. He's a delivery driver. I'm sure he likes driving this car better than his daily driver, huh? Got Scott Mackey here in the Toyota lane. He's driving a 66 Deuce. He's out of Milford, Michigan. Thing's powered by a 565. And Mackey advances to the next round. Wilson goes right off the line. Scott Mackey breaking out as well. 1088 with a 6. running 149.5 miles an hour to a losing 1091 with a 9 at 137.3 miles an hour. Tough break for Jay Wilson. Got Joe Peterson here. He's out of Elkhorn, Nebraska. Driving an 04 Chevy S10 pickup truck. It's Jerry Mason in the Toyota side. Driving a beautiful 69 Camaro. He's out of Richmond, Kentucky. He's an engineer. Oh, and Peterson can't turn the starting line advantage into a win. Jeremy Mason takes the win in 1090 with a 1 at 142.16 miles an hour. Peterson goes 1089 with a 7 at 142.5 miles an hour. Close race. Kelly Sperry here's with their 64 Nova. Got a Fort Wayne, Indiana payroll specialist. Going up against John Erickson, running 78 Monza. He's a local out of Poplar Grove. And John takes the win using his starting line advantage to advance. The 1093 at 115.7 to a losing 1092 with a 1 at 124.69 miles.
They seem to be responding.
We got Presley Wilkerson up here out of Louisville, Kentucky. She's a counselor driving her parents' 82 Corvette. Stuart Wilson, the crew chief on this car. Taking on Nick Vogelsang in the 67 Deuce. And Presley has to go home. Nick Vogelsang takes the win, 1090 with a 4. Good win for Nick Vogelsang. Got Jim Nobin up here with the 68 Camaro going against an 82 Camaro, piloted by Ronald Voss. Voss out of Lucas, Ohio. He's retired. Worked for Jackson's Racing Engines. Jim Nobin, he's a tool maker. Got a home in Wisconsin. And a win goes to the toolmaker Nobin. 1097 with the 5 at 140.7 miles an hour to a losing 1087 with the 5 at 135.5 miles an hour. And here we go with Bob Schmidt driving his 67 Deuce out of Grove City, Ohio. With Steve Traeger. Red lights giving a win to Bob Schmidt. He advances no matter what. I take it easy on the car there, Bob. Wins with a 1090 with a 3. Bob knows what he's doing today. At 142.12 miles an hour to a losing 1085 at 140 miles an hour. Got a buy run coming up here. Competition buy run going. It's Frank Jenkins driving that beautiful 63 Le Mans. Taking it right to the next round. Running 1079. He's a little quick today. He's going to take that back to the trailer and put some sand in the trunk. See if he can slow her down a little bit. Here's our second competitional buy. This will be the official buy run, and that means we've got 15 cars left. Now we're down to 8. Great reaction time from Mark Smith. Need to save that one for next round, Mark. It was 1088 with the 6. 134.6 miles an hour.
Stock Eliminator getting ready to roll up next as we continue to work our way through rounds of elimination. 11 cars left in our Stock Eliminator category. Going to knock it down to 6. Bob Gibson, Scott Lieberscher, Ben Wenzel, and Drew Whalen. All on the short side of the ladder. One of those 4 get into the later rounds. Going to have the bye run to the finals. One of them. Just got to figure out who. A couple of rounds to go. A couple of laps to make before we figure it out. Looks like Gary Merrick's going to be coming up. His Baldwin Motion Camaro gets the bye this time around at 11 cars. Lyon and Zaskowski, Zorny and Kuhn, Reed and Hutar, and the aforementioned Mr. Gibson taking on Mr. Lieberscher, and Ben Wenzel taking on Mr. Whalen. It's going to be an interesting round as we continue to call cars to the lanes. Super Gas and Super Stock, we need you to come join us in the lanes as well, if you would, please. Super Gas, Super Stock. Drivers, we do need to have a W-9 on file for you. An alcohol funny car, we need Rick Cortino and Jay Payne to make their way up to the media suite. Next to race control. Top Sportsman, still looking for Chad Peckrell. Kenyon Dinkle, Kyle Camp, and Don O'Neill to come up and fill out your W-9. Bob Sargent and Mia Tedesco from our top alcohol dragster opening round. Mark Kirkman and Mike Manns. Mike, need you to make your way up to the media suite next to race control. Chris Bishop still looking for you in Super Gas. Marty Cheeseman, Frank Carpinelli, Madison Ellison, John Scally, Tony Elrod, our top dragster drivers that we need you to come fill out. If you would, please, AW9 as we continue on. Stock Eliminator. Excuse me, round number 4. Got a frog in my throat. I better get out my mouthwash and do a little gargling. Stock Eliminator, round number 4. Like I said, 11 cars left in competition. Bob Gibson's Chevy 2. The 68 Nova, 327. Taking on Scott Lieberscher's brand new Copo Camaro there on the left-hand side. Lieberscher on a 939 dial. Bob Gibson going to be off and running. There goes Bob. Scott has to sit and wait, and he just can't wait long enough. Left the red light in his wake, and Bob Gibson on the short side of the ladder for the bye to the final. Goes 1172. So Gibson moves on one more round. Here comes Kevin Zaskowski and Lance Line. Boy, talk about a couple of names synonymous here in the northern part of the country in stock and super stock racing. Wow. Zaskowski and Line. Well, one of them gets the win and goes to the quarterfinals, and one of them don't. It's that simple. Line right side, 1024. Going to give Kevin's Camaro a bit of a handicap start. Kevin's 396 Camaro. Lance's 428 Mustang. Classic muscle cars duking it out. Win going to go to Line. 1023.6 on a 1024. 10901 on a 10903. Kevin breaks out by more. Lance Line goes to the quarterfinals. Stock Eliminator Racing. He will be one of our final 6 contestants. Todd Kuhn's GTO taking on Steve Zorny's Dodge Dakota, the McCormick Motorsports 360 Dodge, 1193 the dial. There goes Steve. Here comes Todd. Kuhn's Pontiac. For the runner out of Marshall, Illinois. Trying to close in, top end. Doesn't want to go back to work on Monday and say, I lost to a truck. But guess what? He's going back to work on Monday saying he lost to a truck. 1194 on the 1193 by Steve. Zorny goes one more round. 6 thousandths true margin down at the other end of the racetrack. Super Gas, Super Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Stock. Now, talked about the short side of the ladder. 4 cars were left. We're going to be down to 2. Drew Whalen taking on Ben Wenzel. There goes Drew. Here comes Ben. Oh my. I am here to tell you that one of the drivers was dead on perfect. Leaving the starting line, that'd be the guy who won it. 10:55 on a 52, going trip, zip, 0, perfect. Whalen goes down, goes 56 on a 57, and didn't have a chance. So it's Wenzel in the Camaro taking on Gibson's Chevy 2 in the next round. And they will duke it out for the bye to the finals. Jimmy Reed's new Copo Camaro. Jimmy's been living on luck. Let's see what he can do with Jared Hutar. Jimmy has been dead laid out of the gate for the last couple of rounds of eliminations. But he's been able to get to the next round via the driver he's racing. Not looking out for him. Not paying attention to where he is. Jared, the runner out of Minnesota, looking. And James Reed gets the win again. 9:32 on a 9:29. He earned that one. 9:32, good lap down the racetrack. So Reed will come back. And it'll be the new Copo Camaro in the next round, taking on Gary Merrick's machine, the old Baldwin Motion big block 402 combination. And Merrick just kind of easing on down the road. So Gary's into the quarterfinals. It'll be Merrick and Reed. Lance Line, the Mustang, taking on Steve's Dodge Dakota. And Bob Gibson and Ben Wenzel. 6 cars left. We will be down to 3 after the next round, and either Bob or Ben going to go to the finals uncontested with a bye run. If there's any place in the world to have a bye run, semifinals, not a bad place to be to do it. Stock Eliminator round number 4 in the books. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes because you're getting ready to come up next. Super Stock, round number 3, we need you to the lanes, please. Means Super Comp. You might as well get them ready. Start headed this way. Super Comp, your turn to come on down. Playtime. Super Comp. Come one, come all. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. So Gary Merrick eases in. James Reed and eases in. Lance Line, Steve Dzorny, Bob Gibson, and Ben Wenzel. 6 cars left in stock. Going to take our Super Gas field. Get 11 cars left in Super Gas. And we will be down to the final 6. Steve Hoyt, Dave Dahlem, Steve Theodore, and young Mr. Cole. 4 drivers on the short side of the ladder. And Super Gas Racing. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. $9.90 up on the scoreboard, and it becomes the battle of the Corvette Roadsters in Super Gas. Well, at least the first 4. Tom Patterson right side, Tom Carlson left side. Something tells me Tom's going to win this in a Corvette. Question is going to be the Corvette out of Minnesota, the C5 edition. Or is it going to be the Corvette out of Canada, the 1963 edition? For the Castrol Oil team. Carlson out of the gate first, at the stripe first, or I should say second, but he gets the win, 991. Patterson went down, took 988 finish line. His day is done. Carlson will be back next round of eliminations. And we roll on with 2 more Corvettes. Steve Theodore and Mark Cole. Talked about the short side of the ladder. Well, here's a couple of cars on that short side. You want to win this round, then you want to win the next round, because the next round will put you into the semifinals at 3 with the bye to the final round. Not quite a twofer yet, but you're working towards it. Mark Cole left side. Steve Theodore right lane, the former division champ over here on the Toyota side, headed home. 10.91.6. Cole was 13 on the tree, 8 thousandths of a second for the machinist out of Indiana. Taking his car down to the quarterfinals here in Super Gas. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Looking for you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. Come one, come all. Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Alan Bush and Devin Eisenhower getting ready to do battle. No Corvette Roadsters? I'm flabbergasted. I am shocked. I am amazed, I tell you. Devin's got the Camaro Roadster-bodied machine over here on the right-hand side, and Alan Bush, I do believe, the last full-bodied door car, and he's gone. 988.7. Oh, my. Devin Eisenhower, 988.7, beats Alan Bush, 988.6. I don't care how old you are or how young you are. You can figure that one out. That was a thousandth of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. 88.6 loses to an 88.7. Zoomers. Zoom, zoom. Dave Dahlem, Steve Hoyt. Here's the other side, the short side of the ladder. And again, Corvettes a pair. Corvettes, get your Corvettes. 57 edition, actually my favorite body style of all the Super Gas Corvettes. And Dahlem gets the win. 91.3 was 12 on the tree. 89.6. Taking the stripe by 16 thou. Breaking out by 4 thou was Steve Hoyt. And he was 13 on the tree. That was a good old drag race. But Dave Dahlem gets to come back, run Mr. Cole into quarterfinals for the bye to the finals. That'll be a twofer. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes. Come on down. Super Comp to the lanes. Top Dragster, get them ready. Comp Eliminator, get them ready. Top Sportsman, get them ready, because you'll be dancing in the lanes shortly behind. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Boys and girls, come on down. .990's up on the board. Jody Davis and Mia Tedesco. Winner gets to come back and take on that Devin Eisenhower guy, just won by a foul. Mia, the reigning world champ here in the Super Gas category. She whooped them all last year to carry the big number 1 on the side of the CarsProtectionPlus.com machine. And she whips Jody Davis here. Miss Mia goes in, 992 at 162. 992. By Jody at 149 miles per. So it'll be Mia and Eisenhower. This young gentleman, Austin Benner, taking on Tom Carlson. And that interesting pair, Dave Dahlem. Mark Cole. Hey, check that out. It's not a Corvette Roadster. It's a 34 Roadster. Breaking the string. 985 at 155 miles an hour. That'll put Super Gas into the book. Super Stock getting ready to come up next. Super Comp. You should be there. Super Stock. We are 15 cars left in the field. We will whittle it down to our 8 quarterfinalists, then our 4 semi-finalists. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Super Comp needs you to lanes, please. Super Comp. Staging lanes, please. Come one, come all. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. Get them ready if you would. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. If you gentlemen would get them ready and get them prepped and ready to go, because we're going to be calling you to the lanes here shortly. Shortly. That's CHORTLY. Shortly. All righty, we've called our Super Comp cars. Top dragster, I told you to get them ready. Come on down. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, all right. Quarterfinalists needs you to the staging lanes. Here's Ernie Neal and Mike Lund. Mike up on the left-hand side. Ernie over here on the right, the 4-speed. I need 2 Corvette. Super Stock I. I need 2 edition. 967 to dial, and Mr. Lund trying to make his way to the final round one more time. Did it last year. Like to do it again here in 2017. Runner out of Bettendorf. Quad Cities. Lund's away, and he's moving on. Ernie Neal lights the red bulb. Mike Lund will ease on down, runs 10-10 on a 10-15. He was 0-0-2. Leaving the starting line. Earned a red light in his wake, 15 thou too quick. Corvette, after a 962 lap at 137, gets to head back to the pits, and Ernie has, unfortunately, the unglorious task of putting everything away and headed down the road. Dave Dupps Jr. taking on Nick Morris. Morris been living life pretty good so far. A couple of competition buys throughout the race weekend. And he's got to shape up against Dave. Dupps GTM automatic machine, 1044. The Camaro's going to be off and running. Mustang's going to be off in hot pursuit with a 978 up on the O'Reilly scoreboard. Red light and good night by Dave. Nick Morris goes one more round. Whew. They say everyone needs a little bit of luck to get the win. I don't know who's having more luck. Todd Robertson in the gang and Alcohol Funny Car. Or Nick Morris over here in Super Stock. 972 out of 978 at 138. Dave goes 003 red. Shuts it off to an 1107 lap. Alex Miller up now against Alan Wade. Camaro's a pair at 327 left side for GTK automatic. 427 right side for a C automatic conventional super stock. And another red light, this time on the left-hand side. Excuse me, folks, is this comp eliminator? Wow. Alan Wade, 932 on a 931. That was going to be tough anyway. Alan was 005 off the starting line. He'll be back to take on Mike Lund as we get down to 8 cars in super stock. Miller with a 1040 lap after turning on the red bulb by 11 thou. Todd France and Greg Meyer, another GTK automatic entry. Greg's thinking to himself, wow, that other GTK automatic car, just went out. Don't have to worry about a heads up. Todd France GTI automatic. Right now is Greg Meyer's main point of concern. Pretty good old race car over there on the left side. Pretty good driver inside that race car. There goes Greg. Here comes Todd. Meyer on the 1014. Todd France on the 987. Greg Meyer a little bit better out of the gate. Todd France a little bit better at the stripe. 988 on the 987. 10.128 by Greg Meyer. Breaks out by 12 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And Todd France, as the expression goes, we'll be back. 988 at 123. Here's Matt Lund. All right, Mike's in the quarterfinal. Let's see if Matt can do it. He's got Mark Nowicki to get by to put himself into the quarterfinals. There goes Mark. Here comes Matt. It's Matt. It's Mark. It's Mopar. It's Poncho. A little bit better out of the gate. The Mopar car. A little bit better at the stripe. Matt Lund, 985 on a 982. 998.8. Mark Nowicki by 2 thousandths of a second. Breaks out at the other end of the racetrack. So Matt Lund, Mike Lund, both going to the quarterfinals, and Nowicki by 2 thou. Punches his time ticket out. Ricky Decker taking on Grant Zimmerman. The I-Automatic 350 Camaro right side, and another red light winner. Zimmerman goes red. Ricky Decker says, I'll take it. I thank you. I like it. He'll be back to take on Todd France in the next round. Ooh, that'll be a pair. 10.25 at 101 miles an hour. As Decker continues his run. Now, who's going to come back to run Dick Morris? Going to be Dan Russ or going to be Ronnie Trotman? Dan on a 906. The Hemi-fied. Gold Coast Hemi, Dart. GTA Automatic, the category now for Dan. Changing a few things around, and Dan goes red. Ronnie Trotman moves on. Ronnie's getting a later and later start back to Pennsylvania. Right now, he doesn't care. 924 to 131 miles per 999 by Dan. After going red off the starting line, so it's Trotman and Morris racing each other in the quarterfinals. Ricky Decker and Todd France, Jeff Dona and Matt Lund, Alan Wade and Mike Lund. Yep, the Lund clan. All on the same side of the ladder as Superstock. Round number 3. Just about to go into the books. Jeff Dona with the official buy run at 15 cars. He picks up one more round and moves on just a little bit more. Super Comp, you're coming up next. Hope you're in the lanes paired and ready to go. 10 flat by Jeff. 109 miles an hour. Again, top sportsman drivers looking for Kenyon Dinkle, Kyle Camp, Don O'Neill. Need to fill out a W9 here in the tower. Rick Cortino and Jay Payne, an alcohol funny car. Bob Sargent and Mia Tedesco, an alcohol dragster. Brian Horton, Brandon Bergschneider, Jim Jericaris, Greg Jericaris, Craig Schultz, Tyler Bohannon, Rick Bailey, Dean McIlvain, and Jeremy Mason in Super Comp. Top dragster, still looking for Marty Cheeseman, still looking for Frank Carpinelli, and still looking for John Scally. Cop Eliminator, Mark Kirkman, and Mike Manns, you need to come to the Tower Media Center. Fill out a W9 slip, if you would, please. Super Street, Jay Wilson, Joe Peterson, Kelly Sperry, Presley Wilkerson, Ronald Foss, and Tom Head. Guys and gals, boys and girls, if I just called off your name, we need to see you in the media suite here at the base of the tower, pit side base of the tower. If you would, please, to fill out your W-9 so we can get your check printed tomorrow and get it in the mail to you. And again, anybody who, doesn't want their check, just let me know. Bring me your W-9 and I'll fill it out for the Old Announcers Retirement Fund, ORF. Supercom getting ready to come up. Here comes Greg to tell you all about it one more time. Dave Crawford, Danny Nelson, and Greg.
Thanks, Doug. Let's see what these guys can do today. We've got Crawford. He's out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Retired guy driving an 08 undercover chassis dragster. Total side, we got Danny Nelson. He's a business owner out of Batesville, Arizona. Driving a 16 racecraft. Arkansas, sorry. Let me get my states right today from Batesville, Arkansas. Let's see what these guys can do. I'm glad you handled the Manitoba one, Hunk. Car's backing up after the burnout, getting ready to stage. Everybody's taking their time in the line here. We got the Toyota side. Nelson pre-stage. Here come the lights. And Nelson takes it with a starting line advantage, going 890 with a 2 to a losing 890 with a 7 at 174.84 miles an hour. Nelson goes 169.7 miles an hour. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, we got Zach Papp, the body shop owner, driving a 2010 American chassis dragster. It's out of Charleston. Going against Jordan Pratt, 19-year-old student out of Otsego, Minnesota. Pratt with his 582 against Papp's 598. And the win light goes to Jordan Pratt, 891 to a losing 887. Zach Papp runs 175.6. Jordan Pratt 165.8 miles an hour. O'Reilly Auto Parts side, we got Jacob Elrod back up here again out of Harrod, Ohio, the financial advisor. He's going up against Bob Prost out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Great snag on that paper. Bob Prost packing up his dragster and headed home back to Terre Haute, Indiana. Jacob Elrod is going to advance, running a 9 flat at 146.9 miles an hour. Prost breaks out at 885 with a 6. Got Pat Martin here in the O'Reilly Auto Parts side. He's going to be going against Shannon Mingy. Mingy's a local person out of Urbana, not too far of a drive. Martin out of London, Ohio. He's a fabricator. He's driving a 2008 American chassis, powered by 565. Mingy running a 17 American dragster chassis, powered by 582. And the electrician red lights. Sending Pat Martin to the next round. Martin running 895 with an 8 at 164.9 miles an hour to a losing 883 at 183.82 miles an hour. Here's Chris Balcom. He's going to be running Rob Cropfield. Cropfield out of Hamilton, Ohio. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster to the staging lanes. Top dragster, please come to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Top dragster to the staging lanes. Top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Both cars break out. Cropfield taking advantage of that 885 with an 8, going to the next round to a losing 883 flat with at 172.3 miles an hour. Here in the Toyota lane, we've got Greg Camplin, machine shop owner, Camplin Machine Co. He was a 2003 Super Comp Division 3 champion. Driving an 05 Spitzer chassis, He's going to be running Jeff Beckham in our O'Reilly Auto Parts side. He's out of Princeton, Minnesota. Self-employed businessman, driving an 05 Don Davis chassis. Both cars stage. Here come the lights. And Camplin takes the win, 890 with a 4 at 174.6 miles an hour to a losing 8.889 at 167.
All right, boys and girls in the pit area, need heads up, please. Comp and Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator and Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. So we got Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman, all coming in for the next round of eliminations. We're down to 8 in Top Dragster. We're down to 7 in Comp Eliminator. And I do believe down to 8 in our Top Sportsman category as well. So we're going to whittle our quarterfinal fields down to our semifinalists in top, and comp. Or comp, top, and top. Or top, comp, and top. Well, anyway, you get the idea. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Need our 23 cars left in eliminations in those 3 categories. Back to the lanes, if you would, please. Jay Wilson, Joe Peterson, Kelly Sperry, Presley Wilkerson, Ron Foss, Tom Head. Looking for those drivers in Super Street to come sign and fill out a W-9. Comp Eliminator, Mark Kirkman and Michael Manns. Marty Cheeseman, Frank Carpinelli, and John Scally in Top Dragster. Super Comp needing Brian Horton, Brandon Bergschneider, Jim Jericaris, Greg Jericaris, Craig Schultz, Tyler Bohannon, Rick Bailey, Dean McIlvain, Jeremy Mason. If you gents and ladies would come sign and fill out and sign a W-9, they'd appreciate it so they can get your check mailed this week. Bob Sargent and Mia Tedesco from Alcohol Dragster, and Rick Cortino and Jay Payne. Alcohol Funny Car. Top Sportsman still looking for Kenyon Dinkle, Kyle Camp, and Don O'Neill. Gentlemen and ladies, if I called off your name, you need to come fill out a W-9. We'd like to mail you money. Honey, Sonny, for your race here this weekend. Well, starting line prep going on out there. We'll get the racetrack ready to go for our quarterfinals. Comp Eliminator, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman. So bear with us just a moment or 3 or 6 when we get the starting line on the O'Reilly side and the Toyota lane prepped and ready to go. A little bit of maintenance going on out there. Our top dragster, our comp eliminator, and our top sportsman quarterfinalist sitting and waiting patiently. Notice Mother Nature seems to be kicking up a bit of a breeze out there. Looks like it's going to be a tailwind or a cross tail for all of our competitors. So be sure to take that into account when you're planning your next dial in for your lap down to quarter mile. Again, want to remind all of our racers, the event photo trailer located right next to the staging lanes. Kevin Pepler, our official D3 photographer, said he's got over 5,000 photographs from everybody's car on the track this weekend here at Route 66. And let me tell you, that is a considerable number. Kevin, talking earlier, I said, does your finger still work? And he said, yeah, barely. But our event photographer, Kevin Pepler, the event photography trailer, located right next to the staging lanes. Be sure and check them out before you roll out. Got pictures of everybody's car, I'm sure, in action here this weekend. Just about to get everything finished up on the O'Reilly and Toyota lanes. We'll be getting our top dragster, comp, and top sportsman cars out here. I'm going to put the John Deere to work, put a little drag down with the box blade, put a little fresh skim coat of rubber on the racing surface. Get that done, probably a little stick 'em, and we'll be good to go. Well, we roll into the quarterfinals of Top Dragster, and there should be 8 cars. That means we should have 4 pair. But I see one. Oh, there's the other. And that's not a good sign. When you're down to 8 cars and you're looking to go to the semifinals, as Danny Waddle's machine gets pushed off, Tom Martino gets the competition by. So Tom Martino gets the competition by. He'll ease on into the final 4 of our Top Dragster competition. And that's what you call easing in. Running it down the racetrack in 6.375 seconds on a 6.337 dial with a 14 thousandths reaction time. So on a by run, Martino throws down a 19 thousandths package and goes to the final 4. But I tell you what, a 19 thou package going to the final 4 will certainly give your confidence a little boost and saying, we got this puppy dialed. Donna Patterson, Manitoba, Canada-based runner. The young lady at the wheel of her Castrol undercover chassis car, 653 on the Toyota side. Sackman, Spitzer car left lane, the Hankstafers.com. Well, these days I'm going to figure out what a Hankstafer is. I know what an Unkstafer is. That's me. To the guys down in Cajun country that can't pronounce Unkafer, I'm an Unkstafer. And proud to be so. Steve Kent gave me that name. My wife calls me that name. I like it. There goes Donna. Here comes Zach. Thanks to First.com machine. Not going to get it, Donna. 59 on a 53, 32 on a 22 by Zach Sackman and Miss Patterson. Out of the number 9 qualifying spot. Moving on to the final 4. Remember me saying that you had to be in to win? Tom Martino's going to the final 4, and he was your number 26 qualifier. Here's Bradley Green taking on Dan Norris. Bradley was your number 32 qualifier, and he's still alive and kicking. Dan Norris, the runner out of Michigan, over here on the right-hand side, the number 4 qualifiers. Hemi Fide, Mike Baugh's chassis car. Getting ready to make a run down the racetrack. Dan says should be about a 612. Bradley says his should be about a 660. Pretty good all handicap start. Dan's going to have to be very patient here on the starting line. I mean, that's just the way it is. So said Walter Cronkite. Greg sitting here next to me going, who? Green lights a pair. One's a little bit greener than the other. Who's going to light up the scoreboard? Going to be Danny Norris, 613 on a 612. 32 thousandths package by Dan. Bradley would have had to have run a 6.601 on a 660 dial to get that win. That's how close that was. But Dan Norris out of the number 4 qualifying spot. He's coming back to run Martino in the semifinals. And now we go to figure out who's going to run Miss Patterson. Going to be Wayne Sleeger. Going to be Danny Nelson. Telling you, Danny Nelson of late has been certifiably hot in the Racecraft chassis car. That is a brand new car out of Danny's Racecraft shop over in Batesville, Arkansas. If you want to go top dragster racing, Danny will make you a deal on it. Oh, and Nelson goes red. So your number 31 qualifier, Wayne Sleeger, goes in 6:59 on a 6:55. Danny's a 12 foul, too quick. Then runs a 26 on a 27. So Sleeger out of the number 31 spot. We've got 2 cars from the bottom half of the field, running 2 cars from the top half of the field in the semifinals. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You got to be in to win. You don't qualify, you can't play. But in top dragster, top sportsman action, it's a matter of getting there and doing it. Well, 6-cylinder is burnt out now as we roll into the quarterfinals. Comp eliminator. 7 cars left. We'll be down to the final 4. Steve Ambrose, the J altered automatic. Inline 6, Ford-powered 23T for the gang out of Varsity Ford. And Brandon Baxter. Brandon's A altered automatic, the runner out of Granville, Illinois, trying to take that Dodge Stratus to the final 4. It'll be interesting to see if he can get her done. That is a tough car over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mr. Ambrose, been at this for a number of days. Red light start by Brandon. Steve Ambrose, win light already on. And into the final 4 he goes. 869 at 113. Saving the wear, saving the tear. Well, 6-cylinder Ford cruises into the semifinals. 717 by Brandon on a 716 index after he stepped off the throttle. For those of you listening in via D3 TV, they have a very high cloud deck here at Route 66 today with a few lower puffy cumulus clouds starting to get a little bit grayer on the bottom of those. Good day for a sunburn here at Route 66 as the UV rays getting filtered out by the clouds overhead. It's helping to keep the track temp down. Don't know what it is out there right now, but certainly helping a little bit to keep the track temp down. But seen a few people wandering around here in front of the tower with their skin showing hints of red and sunburn. All right, we got 1 6-cylinder into the semifinals. Can we get another one? Ronnie Bones says, hey, my Chevy can do it. Runner out of Benton Harbor, the number 2 qualifier, taking on Todd France. France C. Cano Dragster over on the right-hand side. Todd, Gary France, Urban Johns, out of the number 6 spot right now. Handicap start to the 6-pack. Here comes the V8. Somebody's going to be pushing it hard at the other end. Going to be Ronnie Bones, 752. Oh, my. That's a whole bunch under. 752 at 174. 729 by Todd. Well, I'm telling you, Ronnie Bones' machine on the 819 adjusted index goes 752. So let's see, that's like 64 and change.
Oh, they forget there was a breakout? It looks like they run what they brung today, huh?
That's not a breakout in comp eliminator. Bone and Ambrose, the 6 cylinders, taking on each other in the semifinals. We'll flip over to the other side of the ladder. Frank Cervelli, B dragster automatic. Troy Galbraith, B dragster automatic. Going to duke it out to see who comes back to take on Greg Camplain and that Mount Comfort RV. B Econo dragster. So this is a heads-up run. Both cars in the B dragster automatic class. First one to the finish line, going to be punching a ticket to the Final Four. Super Street and Stock. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Street and Stock. Need you back to the lanes, if you would. Come on down. Oh, Frank Cervelli, who was the number 1 qualifier, shoots and falls back. And Troy Galbraith, 7:23. 156 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack, and your number 1 qualifier in a heads-up in the quarterfinals has issues with the automobile and cannot make it all the way down the racetrack. So our semifinals in comp, the B dragsters, B dragster automatic. For Troy Galbraith, Greg Camplain's B Econo dragster. Camplain pulls up, stages the car under its own power, does what he needs to do, accepts the green light. That is a run in comp eliminator. We are now down to the Final Four. The Mount Comfort RV machine for Camplain out of Brownsburg. They'll push him out of the way. Bring our quarterfinalist in Top Sportsman up to the lanes now. Again, we call it Super Street and Stock. Back to the lanes, boys. Super Street and Stock. Need you back to the lanes, please. Chris Osborne and Jason Lance, racing Jason. Coming off the win at Bowling Green and Beach Bend Raceway Park last weekend. Taking on Chris Osborne. Osborne, who picked up the win last year over at National Trail Raceway when the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour rolled into town over in Columbus, Ohio. Both these guys have found the final round. Both drivers have taken home the Wally. Jason got that special copper Wally last weekend over at Bowling Green. Blown big block in the Grand Dam. Jason on a 683 dial. Osborne on a 698 dial. Oh, and a tail wagging red light start by 0.005 of a second for your Jag Sports Nats champ. And Chris Osborne says, hey, we'll take it. 99 on a 98. A 27 thousandths package for Osborne and the gang out of Oakland, Michigan. So Osborne goes to the Final Four over the red lighting racing Jason Lynch. And one of our Final Four contestants is known. Now, Bad Eye Breiniger taking on Kurt Friedrich. Bad Eye on a 690 dial with the Ford Mustang. There on the O'Reilly side, Friedrich, 683. Just a blink of an eye difference between these two leaving the starting line. Winner of this pair gets to come back and take on Chris Osborne's Camaro in the semifinals. Purging the nitrous is Chris. Getting the wheelie bar set is Chris. Reiniger's Mustang there on the left-hand side. Get the official all clear from the other end of the racetrack. Fredericks right. Reiniger left. Green lights a pair. Ford and Camaro. Chevrolet and Mustang going to be the Mustang. 694 on the 690. 681.7 by Kurt on the 683 dial. A little bit too quick down at the other end of the racetrack. And Bad Eye Reiniger. Chris Osborne going to take on each other in the semifinals. Scotty Wasco. Scotty looking to go to the finals. Back-to-back years. Here at Route 66 Raceway. It was him and Mark McDonald last year. Right now he's peering over into the Toyota lane and sees Tim Kierman's car. Another Pontiac Grand Am here in competition this weekend. Just saw Racing Jason's Grand Am bow out in this round. Scott Wasco's hoping that Tim Kernan's Pontiac does the exact same thing. And he will be one step closer to go into the final round on back-to-back years. And guess what? Scotty Wasco is going to the semifinals. Red light start by Tim Kierman. So two of our Pontiacs bow out via the red light. Look at Scotty, 19 on the tree. Dead on one at the other end of the racetrack. A 20,000th package. Scotty Wasco looking to go to the finals. Back to back. Ron Biondo, Alex Bosak. Biondo, our other Lumina in competition. Well, we saw both of the Grand Dams bow out this round. Can both of the Luminas win this round? Biondo, if he does so, is going to get around Alex Bosak's little dumpling car, the Neon. He's able to get around Kurt Dumke in that last round. We're down to our final pair in the quarterfinals of Top Sportsman. Bosak on a 679. Beyond on a 677. Green lights a pair. Biondo's got his work cut out for him. Can't get her done. 680 on the 79 by Bosak. 203 miles an hour. 78 on a 77 by Biondo. Well, one of the Luminas made it, and that's the defending champ. He'll be back to take on the Neon as the Neon continues to mow him down. But got that defending champion, Scotty Wasco, and his Chevy Lumina as we get to the next pair. So 4 cars left in our Top Sportsman category. Semifinalists likewise set now in Comp Eliminator. Top Dragster down to 4. Alcohol Funny Car, Alcohol Dragster sitting at 4, and we're about to whittle them down to the final 2 because, well, here they are. JP and Marty Thacker. Marty qualified number 2 here a year ago. Trying to see if he can dance to the final round this year. Got to get around the certifiably hot Gutierrez clan out of Detroit. Brothers picking up their first round win over at Norwalk a couple of weeks ago. Went on to have a most stellar of weekends. JP, John Paul Gutierrez, and Phil, and the family, doing a lot of sport work for the Children's Center over in Detroit. JP opening up the first round of elimination, threw down a 5:44 lap. Marty Thacker equaled his qualifying run with another identical 5.362. Well, that gives Marty lane choice. He picked the O'Reilly side. One of them going to go to the finals. So we know we're going to have a blown alcohol card in the final round in some way, shape, or form, be it Marty, be it JP. Gutierrez gang, though, looking to keep that round win streak going. Marty Thacker looking to get back to the finals. Former U.S. Nationals champ, not once but twice. Former All-Stars champ, not once but twice. Sitting over there on the O'Reilly side. Gutierrez boys, 5:44 in the last round, 5:36. They're just a touch behind. But like we saw when Robertson ran Jay Payne, you got to run your lap down your lane. And if it's your day, it's your day. JP takes a shot at the tree, misses by 18 thousandths of a second, and a 5:46 by Marty Thacker. Telling you what, it might have been, except for that red light. JP and Phil and the gang could have repeated their 5:44. You just never know. It might have been enough to get around Thacker's 5:46, but as it stands, 5.469. Marty Thacker out of the number 2 slot into the final round. Good run by Thacker. Great run for the last couple of weeks by JP and Phil. Mom and Dad in the Children's Center of Detroit. Now, question is, we're going to have a all-blown alcohol final. Or are we going to throw an injected nitro car into the mix? The car that won it all last year, Brandon Boer's machine, over here on the right-hand lane. And as we told you earlier, driven this year by Kirk Wolf. Meanwhile, Tony DeCero's car, over there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, Richie Crampton at the wheel. Tuner out of Brownsburg, Indiana. DeCero out of Southern California. The Gas Monkey Garage out of Texas. Whew. Putting it all together as they go racing. And for those of you pocket tuners at home, cloud cover rolling back in. No sun on the track right now. It'll cool down a little bit. Kirk Wolf over on the right-hand side. Wolf's 5:32, giving them lane choice. They had it in the first round, and they were the only car, now called Dragster, to pick the Toyota side. You know what? They had lane choice again, and yep, right back over here in the Toyota lane. Crampton and DeCero and that Gas Monkey gang over on the O'Reilly side. Let's see what they can do. Everybody staged. Wolf out of the gate. Here comes Crampton. Top end, gonna be Wolf. 5.55, 260 miles an hour. 574 by Richie at 267. Richie had the better reaction time, but Brandon Boer's Spitzer car with Kirk Wolf at the wheel, able to light up the scoreboard down at the other end of the racetrack. Now, 5.55.3 at 260 miles an hour is not going to give them lane choice, but I don't know that it's going to make a difference because they've been over here on the Toyota lane all day. Marty Thacker's been on the O'Reilly side all day. And I have a feeling Marty's not going to take a chance to pick the Toyota side just to disrupt Brandon Boer's thinking over on the O'Reilly lane. But you never know. It's always a chess match and a thinking man's game. But our finals are set. Kirk Wolf Marty Thacker going to do battle. Brandon Boer's car into the final round 2 years in a row. Alcohol funny car settling in now. Chris Foster on the left, Todd Robertson on the right. Robertson with that upset in the opening round. Jay Payne's peak antifreeze and coolant. Camaro getting a little out of the groove, and Robertson, albeit it wasn't a stellar run down the racetrack, it was a winning run down the racetrack. And when you go to counting the round wins, and when you go to counting the shekels that you get paid for going rounds, well, Todd's shekel pile a little bit taller than Jay Payne's here this weekend. Chris Foster up on the left-hand side. Foster laying down a nice 568 to get around Rick Cortino's ride. Foster and the boys out of the Quad Cities over Davenport way. Picking their side of the racetrack and putting Todd Robertson over here on the Toyota side where, oh yeah, he won in that last round. And that's enough to make a person go, Keep giving this Eaton team opportunities at the racetrack. They're going to make everything work. Robertson out of the gate. Chopping around a little bit. Does he have enough top end? Whoa, 601 gave it a shot. But Chris Foster, 588.3 at 254. Whew. Dodged a bullet. Robertson and gang were ready. And Todd just about won it right there on the starting line. Had the starting line reaction time. Just a little bit. Not enough steam down at the other end of the racetrack. 601-242 by Todd. Foster goes to the final rounds with a 588 at 254. All right. This is the pair I'm waiting to see. Just being flat out honest with you. I like Todd Robertson. You keep giving him runs at the racetrack, they're going to get things figured out. John Lombardo and crew, the NapaFilters.com Chevrolet Camaro. As we got one stop down there at the other end of the racetrack, and looks like we may have some stuff. They're checking it out real quick at the other end. Rick Jackson and the team out of California. NapaFilters.com. 584 in qualifying. But the lights were on late in the camp last night, and they came out in the opening round, went 5:56.9 to get the round win over Andy Bowles' machine in a great side-by-side race. Scotty McVeigh went 5:56.8. Turn lane choice by a thousandth of a second over Tony Bogelo's hot rod. As we call Super Gas and Super Stock back to the lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Stock need you back to the lanes, please. Going to top end of the racetrack as soon as we get the all clear from, well, over a quarter of a mile away down there. We'll get Scott McVeigh and John Lombardo ready to rock and roll one more time. All right, we get the all clear from the other end of the racetrack. Rick Jackson and team. Scott McVeigh and crew. Ildeshane, Manitoba, Canada. They're on the left-hand side. Taking on Brea, California here on the right. Winner gets to go to the finals to run Chris Foster. You want lane choice, you got to run quicker than a 588. Well, both these cars have already done that in the opening round of elimination, but then again, so did Chris Foster. You never know when a pedal fest might jump up. Never know when a red light might jump up. The driver, for whatever reason, can't keep it to the mat for 1,320 feet. That 588 by Foster just might be lane choice. Right now, I wouldn't wager a large sum of money on it, but hey, I'll tell you what, from what we've seen here this weekend, certainly wouldn't shock me any. Semifinals. Final pair. Somebody go run Chris. Scott McVeigh left. Getting the telly tune from Will Hanna. John Lombardo right for Napa Fielders. Whoop, whoop. Dancing around a little bit. Say goodnight, Scotty. And John Lombardo, 576, 267. It wasn't a thing of beauty. It wasn't a 556 like their opening round. But you know what? Perseverance, teamwork, dedication. The NapaFielders.com team into the final round, and they will pick their side of the racetrack for Scott McVeigh at 874. 102-mile-an-hour run. Drifted just a skosh out there, out of the groove. Scott trying to stay with it. John Lombardo, meanwhile, just a tick quicker out of the gate. And right down track. Again, it wasn't a 556. It was a 576. That 576, good enough for lane choice. For Rick Jackson and the Napa Fielders guys, going down there in that little Nissan Cube. Tell you what, whole lot of sticking with it. Whole lot of perseverance on a weekend that hasn't exactly been scripted the way they would have liked to have seen it go when they rolled through the gate here on Thursday. But to the final round they go, and they'll be picking their side of the tracks. Our finals are set. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car, 576 picks lane. Over a 588, Chris Foster. John Lombardo. Lombardo looking at another final round berth. He was runner-up here a year ago. Love to roll out of here tonight with the Wally. And here comes the lady with all the names the people need to fill out W9s. Well, we got a quiet moment. Joe Peterson, Super Street. Kelly Sperry, Super Street. Ron Foss, Super Street. Rick Cortino and Top Alcohol Funny Car. You need to come up and fill in a W9. Jim and Greg Jericaris, Craig Schultz, Tyler Bohannon in Super Comp. Mia Tedesco, Top Alcohol Dragster. You need to come up and fill out your W9. Marty Cheeseman and Frank Carpinelli from Top Dragster. Brandon Baxter, Todd Frank, and France, and Frank Cervelli in Comp. Danny Waddle and Bradley Green. Our Top Dragster category. Top Sportsman, we need Jason Lynch, Tim Kerman, and Ron Biondo. Super Comp, looking for Dave Crawford, Bob Prose. Super Gas, looking for Jody Davis. If I called off your name, come sign up on your W9 as Super Street comes back to the lanes. Here's Greg to tell you about it one more time.
Thanks, Unc. Here we go to our Raleigh Auto Parts side. I got Bob Schmidt. He's going against Frank Jenkins in the Toyota side. Jenkins, he's out of Galion, Ohio, driving a 63 Le Mans, powered by a 540. Bob Schmidt out of Grove City, Ohio, running that 67 Chevy Deuce. And the win goes to a double breakout for Frank Jenkins, running a 1089 with a 4 at 139.6 miles an hour to a losing 1085 at 141. Got Mark Smith pulling up to the line here. He's out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Driving an 82 Mustang. He's going against John Erickson. Local guy out of Poplar Grove here. He's driving a 78 Monza. Oh, and Mark Smith takes the win at 10.95 with the 6 at 125.3 miles an hour to a losing 10.87 with the 7 at 126.5 miles an hour. Here comes Jim Nobin. He's driving a 68 Camaro, beautiful orange 68 Camaro. He's a tool maker. He's out of Holman, Wisconsin. He's going up against Nick Vogelsang. Local guy out of East Peoria. He's an electrician driving his 67 Deuce. Wow. And Nobin takes the win. 10.89 with a 7 to a losing 10.88 with a 7.
Super Gas, Super Stock, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Gas, Super Stock, need you back to the lanes. Super Gas, Super Stock, come on.
Over to Toyota side, I got Scott Mackey driving that 66 Chevy Deuce. He's out of Milford, Michigan. He's going against Jeremy Mason. He's driving a 69 Camaro. 602 powered versus the 565. Let's see who wins this one. And the win goes to Scott Mackey, running on his number with a 4. Going 150 miles an hour to a losing 10.91 with the 3 at 134 miles an hour.
That's it for Super Street.
And that wraps up Super Street. Stock Eliminator's coming up, and Unc wants to talk to everybody out there about this class because he likes driving these cars too. So I'll hand it back over to Unc. Thank you, sir.
Every once in a while, I get lucky and get to make a lap at a stocker. Well, Reinhardt going to have to work on that deal. We were talking last week down in Bowling Green about both of us seeing what we could do to round up a stock eliminator car for the 2018 JEG Sports Nationals. Into competition. We'll get Warren to do the announcing for stock while we're racing. Of course, Alan said he'd be able to announce in round number 2 because he probably wouldn't survive round number 1. No, I think he said he would not survive round number 1. His confidence is overwhelming. But we got to work on that. Reinhardt needs a stocker for next year. I need a stocker for next year. Have to work on that. Stock, you're coming up next. Super Gas, Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. I mean, Super Comp. We'll be hollering at you back to the lanes here in just a moment. Stocker's underneath the tower. Down to the quarterfinals. 6 cars left, and we got a twofer run coming up. It's going to get interesting. First pair out, old school muscle, new school muscle. The 402 combination. 70 Baldwin Motion Camaro, Gary Merrick. Over there on the left-hand side. And Jimmy Reed, the brand new Copo. Ride for the Firefighter. Out of Lincoln. Here in the land of Lincoln. 427 Copo. Copo on a 933 dial. Merrick on a 1039 dial. Winner gets to come back and run either a 428 Mustang or a 360 Dodge truck. Green light Merrick. Greener like Jimmy Reed. Whew. A reaction time that starts with 1 normally is not going to get you the round win. But for Gary Merrick it does. 1044 at 122. Reed a little late out of the gate, and that time, luck. did not follow him to the finish line. So Merritt goes to the semifinals with the Baldwin Motion Camaro. And he will come back to run either Lance or Steve. Zorni at the wheel, the Dodge Dakota there in the left lane. Lance line goes red. It'll be the truck, the Dodge. Lance red by 15 thousandths of a second. Jason back in Epping going, ooh, why did you do that? 11:89 by Steven. Zorni into the semifinals in stock eliminator. Now here's the twofer. Bob Gibson and Ben Wenzel. You win this round, you go to the semifinals. There's 3 cars left in the semifinals. You get the bye run to the final round. This is a win 1, get 2 round of eliminations. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. It's going to be nip and tuck down at the other end of the racetrack. Got a couple gentlemen with mucho years of experience. And it's going to be Bob Gibson going to the final round, the 327 H stock automatic machine. 1169.4 on the 1170. He's under by 6. 1152.0 on the, 1052 on a 1054. Ben Wenzel's under by 14 thou more. Bob Gibson, a little H stock automatic. 68 Chevy Nova. Final round bounce. Super gas. You're not in the lanes, you're late. Super comp. Super stock. To the lanes, please. Super stock, super comp. To the lanes. Super gas. We are down 2-6. And here again, we have another twofer. Not this pair, though. Mia Tedesco and Devin Eisenhower. Devin, who won that last round by a thousandth of a second, as both drivers went under. Devin by just a thousandth less than Bush's Chevrolet. He gets to come back and take on the reigning Super Gas National Champion. This Mia Tedesco, the car's Protection Plus car. Little Chevy Cavalier over in the left-hand lane. Super stock. Super comp. Needs you to lanes, please. Getting down to these short roads. 3 roadsters and a door car. Sitting here on the starting line in the water box. Door car going to keep going. Nope. Double breakout. And again, Eisenhower. Wow. 988.1 beats a 988.0. He was 988.7 to beat a 988.6 in the last round. The kid is living large and takes out the reigning champ. Wow. 2 runs back-to-back. Double breakout affairs and getting a round win by a thousandth of a second. Austin Benner and Tom Carlson working their way down track. Benner left. Carlson right. Winner, chicken dinner. Tom Carlson. 991 at 150. Benner gets down there, runs 987 at 152. Tom Carlson had the better light. Tom Carlson just got down the other end of the racetrack. Drove right on through for his semifinal berth. Now we're waiting on Dave Dahlem and Mark Cole, as this is our twofer pair. Dave and Mark looking to run for the win here, round win here in the quarterfinals, the bye run in the semifinals, and a berth in the final round. One of them going to get there, one of them not. So stock's down to the semifinals. Super gas just about to the semifinals. Super stock and super comp. We need you gents and ladies to come and join us. Semifinals in Super Street. Semifinals in top dragster, semifinals in comp, semifinals in top sportsman. Final round contestants already determined for alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. And we're starting to really whittle down the field. Again, racers, if you have not yet stopped by and seen Kevin Pepler in the event photography trailer next to the staging lane, certainly invite you to do so. 5,000 photographs this weekend. 5,000 photographs. He's got them all on file. Be able to pull them up. You can take a look, see your car, competition. He can get you fixed up and squared away. Nice photograph of your car here in comp at the Route 66. Burned down at sundown. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. All right, now, Battle of the Corvettes. One of these Corvettes going to the final round. Mark Cole, Dave Dahlem. Which one's it going to be? Dave out of Illinois. He's got the 57 body style edition there on the O'Reilly side. Cole with the 63 edition over here in the Toyota lane. 990's up on the board. Cars in. Well, almost. Now they're in. Lock loaded, away we go. Good race shaping up. Green lights this end of the racetrack. Difference between the two greens, 0.04 of a second. Sizing each other up, it's going to be Dave Dahlem. 988.8 beats a 987.7. 11 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Dave. And that run puts him into the final round of Super Gas. The only thing we don't know yet is he going to run Devin Eisenhower? Is he going to run Tom Carlson? You know, as they say down south, we'll be fixing to find out in a little bit. Super Stock coming at us now. Can the Lund boys go to the semifinals? Mike, who was runner-up here a year ago. Got to get around Alan Wade to do it. If the Lund boys go to the semifinals, we know one of them's going to go to the final round because, well, they run each other. They would run each other in the semifinals. And we're going to find out pretty quick because the boys are coming up first and second. Alan Wade's 930 dial for his C automatic big block. 1011 for the GTJ automatic. Mike Lund's Camaro there on the left-hand side. Green lights. We're flying, and away we go. Super Street needs you back to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the lanes. And Mike Lund picks up the win. 10:15 on the 1011. 9:27 on the 930. Alan Wade had a 006 light on this set. Was looking good as he left the starting line, but goes down and runs too quick on his 930 dial and breaks out. Now Matt Lund and Jeff Dona. Can Matt and Mike meet in the semifinals? Jeff Dona go and throw a monkey wrench in the works. Down the right side, 981, the Super H car. Lunge GT car, the H Automatic Firebird. 980 to a 981 dial. Now that last pair, we had a 006 light and then a breakout. About a 003 light by Jeff, but he's able to oh man. Jeff Donut throws down a 4 foul package. 003 dead on one, taking the stripe and the win. 981-1 on the 81. Matt got down there, turned him loose, went 984 at only $1.17. But Jeff Donut with a 4 thousandths package. We'll be back to take on Mike Lund in the semifinals. Nick Morris, Ronnie Trotman. Nick looking to see if he can get to the Final Four. Got to get around Ronnie's demodified Grand Am. Nick will be off and running that factory GT Mustang. Gorgeous automobile. Hard running car. Former division champ. He's green. Ronnie's red. 3 foul. Too quick out of the gate. And Nick Morris, who I got to say is living life large this weekend. Down to the Final Four. 981 on the 973 at 124 miles an hour. Couple of early round competition buys when his competition broke. Couple of red lights thrown his way. But he'll be back to take on the winner of this pair, Ricky Decker and Todd France. And either way you look, whether it be Decker, whether it be France, it's going to be a pretty good matchup. France on a 986 dial, the Toyota side. Ricky Decker there in the left lane. Small, and I do mean small advantage off the line. France, win line Todd, 986, dead on 0. Beats a 996.5. Decker breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And they tell me Mother Nature's out there spitting at us. That's not very nice. One shouldn't spit upon another. And once again, while we got a little moment, Mother Nature passing over us. Supergas driver Jody Davis. Need to see you in the media room here in the tower so you can fill out your W-9. Super Comp looking for a couple drivers, Dave Crawford and Bob Prose. Top Sportsman looking for racing Jason Lynch and Ron Biondo. Need a W-9 filled out by both of you, and same thing for Top Dragster drivers. Danny Waddle and Bradley Green. You need to fill out a W-9 here in the tower in the media center, right next to race control. Brandon Baxter, Todd France, and Frank Cervelli. Comp eliminator drivers. Top Dragster, Marty Cheeseman and Frank Carpinelli. I think they may be gone because I've been calling their name for quite a while. Alcohol Dragster, Miss Mia. Super Comp, we need the Jericaris clan. Jim and Greg. Craig Schultz, Tyler Bohannon, and Rick Cortino in Alcohol Funny Car, along with Joe Peterson, Kelly Sperry, Ron Foss in Super Street. If I called off your name, Media Center is to the right, is the door to the right of race control. Come see Miss Courtney. She's a nice person. She won't bite you. She won't even bark or growl at you. She just needs you to fill out a W-9 so that when the accounting department opens up in the morning and they start inputting all the information so they can print all the checks and mail them out, they've got all their proper documentation that our dearly beloved federal government makes them have on hand before they can issue payment. So if I've called out your name, you need to come to the tower, media suite, fill out your W-9, so we can send you money, because everybody likes money. Super Street and Top Dragster need you to lanes now, please. Super Street and Top Dragster need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, Top Dragster. Looks like that gray cloud that was overhead is going to pass on by. And we should be ready to go here in just a moment or two. Super Street and Top Dragster need you to lanes, please. Jacob Elrod and Greg Camplain going to duke it out for a semifinal spot. Camplain up on the right-hand side, the Mount Comfort RV entry. For the runner out of Indiana, Jacob Elrod for Sunoco Race Fuels. Up on the left-hand side, 890's up on the scoreboard. Both drivers going to load the bow out of their quiver. Lock it in. Tape A on the target down at the other end of the racetrack and see how well they can hit that 890. Green lights apparent, away we go. Elrod, your winner. 889.5 beats an 889.1 on a double breakout by 4 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And Camplain here in Super Comp. Not going to make it to the semifinals. Danny Nelson, Rod Kropfeld. Danny at the wheel of the CarsProtectionPlus.com machine. Borrowing it from Miss Mia Tedesco this weekend. Went out in the last round of Top Dragster, trying to see if he can make up for it here in Super Cup. Kropfeld, though, always tough with the dragster out of Ohio. And another pair of greens. Another pair of good greens. Separated on this end by 3 thou. One light to Kropfeld on the other end with an 892. 162, 8891. Danny Nelson just a tad quick down at the other end of the racetrack. So Kropfeld, Elrod, going to do battle in the next round. And here is another one of them 2-for-1 jobs. Pat Martin and Jordan Pratt, winner here. By run at 3 cars to the semifinals. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Pat Martin up on the left-hand side. Paving contractor out of London, Ohio. Jordan, the youngster out of Minnesota, in the right. One of them's going to the finals. This a twofer. And it's going to be Pat Martin getting the win. 8894 beats an 8888. Now, I got to tell you, 4-8s over at Hollywood Casino, those are good numbers. 4-8s on the drag strip here at Route 66 Raceway, those not so good numbers. Pat Martin, final round bound. If he wins this race, I can convince him to come to Kansas City and repay my driveway. I have to work on that. I'd much rather give the money to a man that, is in the racing biz. He just happens to be in Ohio, and my driveway happens to be in Kansas City.
I'm John Force, 16-time funny car champion, and I want to see you and your family at Route 66 20th anniversary. That was perfect just because of one word. Ready.
All right.
I'm John Force, 16-time funny car champ, and I expect to see you and your family at Route 66. Now you hear me? Route 66, or is it Route? But I don't care. At the 20th annual Route 66 Nationals. Now do it one more time.
Way is kind of, I say route, he says route, and you can say it any way you want.
Some people say Joliet.
Yeah, I mean, we don't care.
I'm John Force, and I'm Jolly, and I hang out at Joliet. Joliet. I'm John Force, 16-time funny car champion, and I want to see you this year at Route 60. I'm John Force, 16-time funny car champion, and I want to see you and your family at Route 66, their 20th annual NHRA Nationals. You better be there. How'd I do? Did I get it right?
The 2017 season is here, and the only place to see every heart-stopping moment is NHRA All Access. Friday through Sunday, see all the action from sportsmen to the pros. Miss some of the action? No problem. You can now rewind to catch up on anything you missed. Over 600 hours of racing excitement. Now only $79.95. NHRA All Access. Ignite your senses.
Top dragster Marty Cheeseman and Frank Carpinelli. Miss Mia's got another check, and top alcohol dragster. So, just need those drivers to report to the tower. Fell out their W9s, Super Street semifinals. Getting ready to roll at us. We are down to the point that we're going to determine who our two final round contestants are. Scott Mackey looking to go back-to-back final rounds. He was runner-up here a year ago. Lost to Barney Barnhart. Barney, unfortunately, went out in the opening round yesterday. In fact, one of the very first Super Street cars to bow out in competition. $10.90's up on the board. 4 cars left. Who's going to be in the finals? Final. Going for that winner chicken dinner. Oh, ain't going to be Frank. Going to be Scott. Final round again. 2 years in a row in Super Street. Frank Jenkins goes 4 red. Mackey goes 8 green. Runs 10.88.8 on the all-out run. Give himself a good little tune-up. Be able to check all of his numbers. And Scott Mackey taking that little Chevy 2. Final round, second year in a row. Now, who's he going to run? Going to be the Chevy 2 against the Camaro of Jimmy Nobin. It's going to be the Chevy 2 against the Mustang of Mark Smith. Mark out of Bowling Green. Jim Nobin coming down from the Badger State of Wisconsin. 540 cubic inch Rare Morrison combination underneath the hood of that orange Camaro. You look up orange in Wikipedia, there's probably a picture of Jim Nobin's car there because it's orange. You get down to semifinals, you want to be dead accurate sure that everything you're doing is as perfect as you can be. Well, the lights are good. Pretty even. 4th out difference between them. It's going to be Mark Smith going to the finals. 89.0 beats an 84.5. And again, both drivers on a double breakout. So it'll be Ford and Chevrolet, Mustang and Chevy 2. There's the final rounds now set in Super Street competition. Semifinals, top dragster. Semifinals, comp eliminator. Semifinals, top sportsman. Paired up back there in the lanes. They'll be coming up. And we'll get into the semifinals. Our stock eliminator category, 3 cars left. Semifinals in our super gas category with 3 cars left. Semifinals in our super comp category with 3 cars left. And our semifinals in super stock. And we got 4 left. You know, we get done with those runs, we're going to be down to the finals in each and every one of our categories. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. If you're not in the lanes, we need you there. Our semifinals getting ready to come up. Boys, I don't think I really need to tell you that those clouds overhead are getting a little bit puffier, a little bit thicker, and a little bit grayer at the bottom. So anything we can do to expedite the process here would be most graciously appreciated. We're down to the semifinals, or finals in each of our categories. Right now, looking for the semifinalists in top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. And stock. Make their way on back, and we will get ready to rock and roll and rumble. Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, need you back to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock, need you back to the lanes, please. Our semifinal categories. Getting ready to come up. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman. Already here. Looking for the semis and stock. Semis and Super Gas. Semis and Super Comp. Semis and Super Stock. And zippity-doo-dah, zippity-a. We'll be down to the final round for everybody. Left. Chasing points in that RacingRVs.com National Championship. Tom Martino, the other Tom, taking on Dan Norris. And young Miss Patterson taking on Mr. Sleeker. Chevrolet on the left, Hemi on the right, Norris on the right, Martino on the left. 612 the dial for Dan. 636 the dial for Tom. Martino does not want to head back to Youngstown, Ohio yet? Well, the rig will get dirty. It's raining between here and Youngstown. Figures if he sticks around a little while longer, the rain might, dissipate a little bit and he can get the rig home while it's still clean. Of course, then again, Dan Norris is kind of thinking the same thing. Tommy left, Dan right. Handicap start on the O'Reilly side. Green and green, away we go. Going to the final round, Tom Martino, 6:38 on a 36. Dan Norris gets down there, takes 9 foul stripe, and breaks out by 2. That, as they say, was close. So Martino on a 36 dial goes 6:38.4. Now who's he going to run in the final round? Crowd down here in front of the tower going wild for Tom. Is he going to take on the lady out of Manitoba, Canada? Is he going to take on the runner out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin? Sliger's blown big block. 660 to dial. Donna right there with him on a 658. She is effectively giving Wayne first opportunity to go red. And Donna goes red. Wayne Sliger into the final round. And on a 660, he goes 655 at 214. Donna with a 659 under 658. So Wayne Sliger, Tom Martino, final round contestants. In our top dragster category. Finals are set in Alki Dragster, Alki Funny Car, Super Street, and our top dragster. Comp Eliminator. Greg Camplain and the Mount Comfort RV entry. Or Troy Galbraith, the B Dragsters going at it. Camplain's B Econo Dragster. Camplain, 736 index. Wow, getting trimmed. Troy Galbraith, 745 down to a 735. Now, Comfort RV left lane for Camplain. Troy in the right. 2 top 10 cars in the country. Last year's competition. Green lights pair and away we go. Camplain's BED over there on the left-hand side. Not enough. 742. 695 by Galbraith at 162 miles an hour. So Troy goes to the final round in Comp Eliminator. 95 on his 735 index. And here comes the battle of our 6-cylinder machines. The 6-cylinder Chevrolet Dragster, Ronnie Bone over on the left-hand side. The 6-cylinder Ford 23T for Steve Ambrose here on the Toyota lane. Well, drivers going rounds, picking up a little bit more of that Comp Eliminator bonus fun. And tip of the cap to all the companies help make it possible. Steve on the right side, 826. Leaves first, and he's going to the final round. Ronnie Bone goes 40 thou red. And Steve Ambrose sneaking on into that final round, so it'll be Ambrose and Galbraith in the final round of Comp Eliminator here at Route 66 Raceway. And another final round pairing is now set. Top Sportsman. Can Scott Wasco go back to the final round here at Route 66? Back-to-back years. I guess if your name's Scott, you got a pretty good shot. Scott Mackey's gone back to the final round in Super Street. Scotty Wasco's looming over there on the O'Reilly side. Says, hey, if he can do it, I can do it. My name's Scott, too. Only problem is Alex Bozak's little dumpling car, the Dodge Neon. So Bozak right on a 680 dial. Wasco left on a 682. The Hemi, the Mopar powered Neon. Big 700 plus cubic inch Lumina. Green lights apparent, away we go. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. A foul difference out of the gate, and Scott Wasco not going to the final round. 682 on a 682. 680 on a 680. Both drivers, check out the numbers. Both drivers, 7 thou over their dial. 682.7 on a 682 by Scott Wasco. 680 with the 7 on a 680 dial by Alex Bozak. Bozak's light, a 23 reaction time. Wasco's light, a 24 reaction time. And that skinny, measly, paltry thousandths of a second here at the starting line proved to be the difference as the two made their way down the racetrack. 1,000th of a second margin of victory for Alex. Can you say holy guacamole? Whew. Bad Eye Brinegar's Ford. Chris Osborne's Camaro. One of them going to go to the finals, take on the little dumpling car. So it's going to be Ford and Mopar, going to be Chevy and Mopar. Certainly not going to be all Chevrolet. May not even be a Chevy in the finals. Bad Eye got anything to say about it. There goes the Ford. Here comes the Camaro. Osborne trying to track him down top end. Going to be Ford and Mopar. Woo. 691.7 on a 93. Brinegar gets the win by 0.02 of a second when you take all the numbers and put them in a pot and stir them out. Chris Osborne, 696.5 on a 98. Comes up a little bit short, so Bad Eye Brinegar and Alex Bozak. Into the finals in Top Sportsman. Stock Eliminator. 3 cars left. Bob Gibson says, I like this. Yes, indeedy, I do. This little sign on the back of Bob Gibson's Chevrolet says, how do you like me now? Well, Bob, I'm liking you pretty good. Because you know what? Little 327, 68 Chevy Nova. Going to the finals. Bob puts an 1170 dial up on the board, then runs out and goes 11702. I think he might be ready. Now, question is, who's he going to run? Going to be Steve, going to be Gary. Merrick's Camaro. Yeah, stock automatic, big block 402 combination. Zorny with that 360 Dodge Dakota. Right now, if I'm a betting man, and I've been known to wager a time or two, I put my money on the Dodge. Gary Merrick, dead laid out of the gate. Zorny goes down. 1188 on the 92, good for the win. 34 by Merrick on a 1045 dial. Whew. Can you say missed his dial by a tenth? I knew you could. Don't believe it, but I knew you could. So it's the Dodge and the Chevy in the finals of Stock Eliminator. We'll see him back in a bit. Here comes Super Comp for 3 cars left. Oh, yep, 3 cars left. Rob Kropfeld taking on Jacob Elrod. Couple of drivers that have been known to show up in the final round before. Kropfeld, of course, your reigning champ over there in Little Vega, Super Street category. Jacob, of course, the Sunoco team over there on the left-hand side. I don't care which member of the Elrod clan you line up against. You know you got a tough one. Well, Jacob, I'm sure knows Rob is no pushover. Green lights a pair, and away we go. Giddy up, 409. Top end winner picker, 89.4 beats an 88.3. Jacob Elrod going to the final round, and he will be back to run this car. Pat Martins, Armor Paving and Coating Machine, out of Ohio. Sure do wish he was in Missouri. I'd put him to work. Wonder if he wins this race, I could get him to come to Kansas City. Well, he's not going to win the race with reaction times like that, but then again, he knew he had to buy a run. He'll just kind of ease it on down the road. Cruise on through. 2 more semifinals to go. Super Stock and Super Gas, and we are final round bound. Frank Jenkins, Super Street competitor Frank Jenkins, need to see you. Media Suite, first floor of the tower. Pit side, if you would, please. Need to fill out a W-9 so we can mail your check. Super Comp runner Jordan Pratt, likewise for you. Super Street, Jeremy Mason. Stock Eliminator, James Reed, your Copo car. Austin Benner and Mark Cole. Super Gas, Ron Biondo and Top Sportsman. Ronnie Trautman in Super Stock, Todd France in Comp. Here it comes. Super Stock, and, well, Todd can't show up yet because he's still busy. Mike Lund, last year's final round contestant. Came up a little bit short to Nick Folk. Got to get around Jeff Dona. Dona, who had that 4th out package in the last round. If he can duplicate that, Mike Lund's not going to make the final round this year. Semifinals certainly nothing to cry about, but battle of the GMF bodied cars now. Taking place on the quarter mile. Dona right, Mike Lund left. Dona lights up the scoreboard. Dona takes out last year's runner-up. 982.9 on a 982, so he's got a 4th out package. This time he goes a 24 thousandths package. And Jeffrey into the finals. He'll be back to take on either Todd France or Nick Morris. Morris's Mustang over in the Toyota lane. 972. Todd France at the wheel, the Indiana Johns. Pontiac G5, 985 the dial. So Nick's going to have that Pontiac out in front of him. Going to try sneaking up from behind. Hide in the C-pillar. panel on that Pontiac. See if he can get down there, judge the stripe. Figure out if he wants it or if he doesn't want it. Coming. Top end, got him. Morris, 973 on the 972, 985. Dead on 8 by Todd. Nick Morris holding a Hun as they went by the starting line. Won it by 6 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll be Nick Morris. Jeff Dona, a couple of gentlemen that have gone numerous of rounds in their competitive life in the finals of Superstock. 3 cars left in Super Gas. It'll be roadsters all the way around. Tom Carlson, C5 Corvette. Devin Eisenhower, 67 Camaro. And what can you say about Eisenhower? Young man out of Indiana has been living large. And I do mean living large. He has won his last 2 rounds on double breakouts by 1,000th of a second in each round. I'm telling you. Tom Carlson's Corvette out of Two Harbors, Minnesota. Trying to make the tow over worth every dime he can. And he just went red by 5 foul. So Devin Eisenhower, he doesn't have to worry about breaking out this time. And he runs dead on 5. Wow. Telling you, the kid living at large. Devin Eisenhower, Camaro Roadster. Going to be taking on Dave Dahlem's Corvette Roadster. A 57 edition for the runner out of Tremont. And boys and girls, we are down to our final round contestants in each and every category. Dave Dahlem's going to pull in, accept the green light. Does exactly what he needs to do via NHRA rules and regulations. And he's in the final round. Well, I like those old 57 Corvette body styles. They're just sneaky-looking race cars. I like them. List. Hey, these checks are getting bigger. Dan Norris, top dragster. We need a W9 for you. Come see us in the media center of the tower, if you would, please. Ronnie Bone, comp eliminator. We got a check for you, but we don't have a check for you. We need your W9 filled out and signed so we can mail you a check. Super Gas, we need Mark Cole. Super Street, still looking for Jeremy Mason. Stock eliminator, need James Reed, driver of that brand new Copo Camaro. Super Stock looking for Ronnie Trotman, winner, driver of that Pontiac Grand Am. Comp eliminator, Todd France. Of course, Todd, we need you to fill out a W9 so we can mail you 2 checks. 1 for comp, 1 for Super Stock. If I called out your name, you need to come see us. And all of our finals are set. Attention in the pits, please. If you are in a final round, we need you to the lanes. Pure, simple statement of fact. We need all of our final round contestants to the staging lanes, please. Boys and girls, time to crown some champions. Take some pictures, pass out some ollies. Speaking of pictures, don't forget Kevin, the event photographer, parked down there next to the staging lanes. Over 5,000 photographs taken this weekend. But again, we need all finalists back to the lanes, please. If you would come on down. Realize Devin Eisenhower and Dave Dahlem just went. But we'll take them back as quickly as you gentlemen can do it. Nick Morris and Jeff Dona, our Super Stock final round contestants. Jacob Elrod and Pat Martin in Super Comp. Stock Eliminator. How about Bob Gibson and Steve DeZorny in the McCormick Motorsports Dodge Dakota taking on the Chevy Nova. Bad Eye Bridiger and Alex Bozak. Ford versus Mopar. Our final round contestants and top sportsman. Cop Eliminator Troy Galbraith and Steve Ambrose. Top dragster Wayne Sleeger. And that other Tom Martino. Super Street final round contestants. Mr. Smith and Mr. Mackey. Man, you guys should be cooled, fueled, and ready to go as long ago as you ran. And, of course, our Alcohol Funny Car and Alcohol Dragster final round contestants. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Thacker, Mr. Foster, and Mr. Lombardo. Gentlemen, if you would, please, we need our final round contestants to the staging lanes, please. Once again, need all of our final round contestants to the lanes, please, so we can put 2017 edition of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event into the record books here at Route 66. Super Street, Super Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, Stock, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator. I'll call Dragster, I'll call Funny Card. Did I leave anybody out? Nope, I think I got everybody. Hey, if you're in the finals and you know who you are, we do need you back to the lanes, please. Let's need your lanes, please. Got some new drivers. We need some W9s on. Chris Osborne in Top Sportsman. Chris, if you'd come up and fill out a W9 so we can mail your check. Gary Merrick, our Baldwin Motion Camaro driver, needs you to fill out a W9 if you would, please. Ronnie Trotman, we've called your name. Dan Norris, we're calling your name. Ronnie Bone in Comp Eliminator, you need to fill out a W9. Checks will be mailed, but only if we have a W9 on file here at Route 66 Raceway. So you need to come up, make sure you have your W9 filled out and signed so we can print checks and put them in the mail to you tomorrow. Mark Cole in Super Gas, you need to come see us. And Jeremy Mason in Super Street. That is the latest list of names handed to me by the lovely and talented Miss Courtney from next door. She keeps coming over and swapping paperwork and saying, we need these guys or we need those guys. Well, you get the idea. Need all of our final round contestants to the staging lanes, please. We got a race to finish up, some champs to crown, some wallies to pass out, some pictures to take, and then we get to head on down the highways and the byways for that next race on your individual schedule. Boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages. Finals in Super Street. Scott Mackey came to the final round last year and went home shorthanded because Barney Barnhart took the trophy with him. He's got to get around Mark Smith here. And he can't do it again. 1086 by Scott, runner-up 2 years in a row. Mark Smith, the attorney out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, 10.923, gets the W for the Super Street Wally. Smith gets the win, 92.3 at 127 miles an hour. Scott Mackey, a breakout, 1086.7. And his day comes up short one round, just like it did last year. Stock Eliminator coming at us now. It's the truck. Take it on to Nova. How do you like me now? Bob Gibson, Port Byron, Illinois. 327 automatic 68 Nova. Steve Zornig, K-Stock automatic 360 Dodge truck. The youngster out of Michigan. Driving the McCormick Motorsports entry. 1188 the dial by Steve. 1170 by Bob. They're in, they're locked, they're loaded, they're green on both sides. And oh, baby. Oh, baby. This is going to be a race. Off the starting line, separated by 1,000th, and Bob Gibson gets the win. Dead on zero in the finals. Puts an 1170 up on the board and runs it. Gets the win in the stripe by 13 thousandths of a second. Steven goes 1189 on the 1188 and comes up 13 thou short. Bob Gibson picks up the stock Eliminator Wally this weekend. Dead on zero, 111 miles an hour. 30 on the tree was Bob. 31 on the tree was Steven. Knew it was going to be a good one before they got to the other end of the racetrack. I hear the cars are rumbling. They're coming under the tower. My understanding is it is Super Comp. Getting ready to come up next. That would be Jacob Elrod and Pat Martin. Elrod for Sunoco. Pat Martin for Armor Paving and Coating. A90's up on the scoreboard, and we're about to determine who our Super Comp champ is going to be. Congratulations. Mark Smith, Scott Mackey are finalists in Super Street as they come up the return road and park in front of the grandstand. Patrick right side. Jacob left. 90's on the board for Super Comp. Okay, boys. Jacob's in. Pre-stage. Patrick's in. Pre-stage. Rolls right on in. Jacob's in. Flexes the green. And away we go. A little bit better out of the gate. Pat Martin. Jacob gets the double breakout win. 89-4. Beats an 88-4. And Jacob Elrod on a double breakout gets the win by 10 thousandths of a second. Pat Martin was 19 on the tree. Jacob was 28 on the tree. short. Pat Martin comes up short, and I was going to see if he won the race if he'd come to Kansas City and do my driveway anyway. It'd be a short tow with all of his paving equipment, right? Oh, well. Jacob, your winner. Super Comp. Bob, your winner in stock. Mark, your winner in Super Street. Well, 3 categories down, 7 to go. See who's going to sneak around the corner here and pair up for our next final round confrontation. They tell me our super stock final coming up next. Nick Morris, Jeff Dona, going to do battle. Ford and Pontiac, Ford and General Motors, the Firebird and the Mustang. Nick dialed in on a 972, Jeff on a 981. So not quite even a full tenth difference between the two dials. Jeffrey, who has had 2 tremendous packages out of this Firebird in the last couple of rounds, a 4th package, a 24 package. Nick Morris, who is just flat living right today. A couple of competition buy runs in the early rounds. A couple of wins in the later rounds that, well, on any other day you might have looked at him and said, wow, I gave that one away. But Nick is here. Jeff is here. Final round, super stock. Louisville, Kentucky, taking on Gordonville, Missouri. The gentleman's been to the final round before. Deep breath. Hold it. Let it out for a sigh of relief at the other end of the racetrack. Jeff Dona gets the way a 986 on a 981. 976 by Nick at 128. But I got to tell you, Jeff Dona's 12 thousandths reaction time put that one in the win column at a very early spot because Nick Morris was a little late out of the gate and then spent the race trying to track him down. So Jeff Dona, your super stock winner. Coming up now, Super Gas. As we get ready to rock on, Devin Eisenhower wheeling and dealing the Camaro Roadster over here on the right-hand side. And I got to tell you, against Dallin Bush, against Mia Tedesco, against Tom Carlson, he's had some laps down the racetrack that, well, that lucky rabbit's foot got to be wearing thin. Dave Dahlem, Corvette out of Tremont, trying to keep the Wally right here in the land of Lincoln. Going to make Devin work for it as they head down the racetrack. Devin sizing up Dave. Dave sizing up Devin. Top end, winner picker says Dahlem gets a 991, beats a perfect 9,900. It's amazing what a 004 light will do for you. Devin's wasn't bad. He was 26 on the tree, but to go down and run a 9,900 and come up 3 foul short, Dave Dahlem gets the win. I told you that lucky rabbit's foot for Devin was wearing thin. I think it may have just worn out. Top dragster, comp eliminator, and top sportsman. Needs you to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator. Top dragster and top sportsman. Needs you to the lanes, please. Wow. Eisenhower was 26 on the tree, runs a 9,900. 91.9 and a 004. 23 thousandths package Dave, 26 thousandths package Devin. Margin down at the stripe, 3 thousandths of a second. Dave Dahlem gets the W in Super Gas. Again, drivers, if I call off your name, don't forget you need to come see us in the tower. Bob Gibson. Oh, you're busy out there with the Nova? I understand, Bob, but you do need to come up to the tower when you get a moment, if you would, please. Chris Osborne in Top Sportsman. Still looking for you. Gary Merrick in Stock Eliminator. Gary, we need you to come to the tower, please. Roddy Trotman in Super Stock. Dan Norris in Top Dragster. Ronnie Bone in Comp Eliminator. Jeremy Mason in Super Street. Those are the drivers we're looking for. If you would, please. Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Got some of you at the back of the lanes. Need all y'all. All y'all. Each and every one of you. Everybody. If you would, come on down. Well, I got to tell you, this is just a little anticlimactic. Marty Thacker should be taking on Kirk Wolf and Brandon Boer. But as you can tell, we have one car running and one car not there. Marty Thacker is going to get the top alcohol dragster win on a competition buy run. And that's enough to make a person say, Now, to be perfectly honest, all Marty has to do to claim that win is pull up and stage the car. He does not have to make a lap. As long as he can stage the car under its own power, which obviously he's going to be able to do because it's running and he's pre-staged. But the RPMs are going to come up. They're going to use a test run, head on down the racetrack. Got her up on the tires a little bit, shut her off, click through, and Marty Thacker on a 768-117 solo pass gets the win in the top alcohol dragster class. Wow. Yeah, looks like our alcohol funny car final going to be a little bit more exciting than the dragster final was. We've got a pair of them. Let's send them down the racetrack. Chris Foster and John Lombardo, the NapaFilters.com entry. Taking on Chris Foster. Foster out of the 4 spot. Lombardo out of the 7 spot. John laying down a 5:56.9 a little bit earlier today. A 5:76 in the second round. Foster 5:68 to 5:88. Tell you what, the guys have been out there thrashing this weekend. I got to give it to John Lombardo's Napa Auto Parts and NapaFilters.com crew. Qualifying wasn't exactly stellar numbers. With only 8 cars here, they knew they just needed to get down the racetrack. 5:56 in the opening round today. Still didn't give them lane choice over Scott McVeigh. But against Scott, they prevailed in the semifinals. And here they are, taking on the boys out of Davenport. Chris Foster, down track, dispatching Rick Cortino earlier. Todd Robertson in the last round. Well, here we are. Final round battle. Lane choice went to Lombardo, and they stayed over here on the right-hand side. RPM's up. Here we go. A little bit better light out of the gate was Foster. A little bit better down track and a nice 5:59. 268-mile-an-hour lap. And I tell you what, a tip of my cap to Rick Jackson, John Lombardo, and the NapaFilters.com team. They're rolling out of here this weekend with the Wally. They were runner-up here a year ago. Wasn't exactly the easiest of weekends for them, but they persevered. They kept pushing. And they're going to roll out of here with the Wally. And a tip of my cap, like I said, to Rick and the crew and everybody out there, 5:59.0, 268. They came loaded. They came to win. And they're going to take the Wally home. And that, at the end of the day, is what it's all about. Chris Foster got out, had the better reaction time. They were dead even to 60 feet at 9:71. But after that point in time, the boys out of Davenport, Iowa, the car's starting to jump up a little bit, move around a little bit. And by the time they got to the 8th mile, the half-track mark, John Lombardo, the NapaFilters.com. Chevrolet Camaro pulling away and stretching it out. 5:59 in the final round. And again, tip of the cap to everybody over that NapaFilters.com crew. A lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of dedication, a little bit of late hours last night. And they're rolling out with the Wally. Wayne Sleeger, the other Tom Martino. Finals and top dragster coming at us. Wayne on the left, Tom on the right. 6:56 for the Manitowoc, Wisconsin Highway Department Supervisor. Tom Martino in the Toyota lane. Youngstown, Ohio-based runner, 6:37 to dial for the truck driver. And while he is a drag racer named Tom Martino, is not the Tom Martino of Pro Stock and Pro Stock engine building fame. Although they're both pretty good at what they do. Tom says, watch this. Wayne Sleeger says, hold on a minute. Nitrous bottle for Tommy, blower for Wayne. Nitrous car going to try and chase down the blown car. Final round, top dragster. Here we go. Oh, top end, it's going to be Wayne getting the win. 56-0, 005. How about a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour rocket ship on a 5,000ths package? Tom Martino was 30 on the tree, which in and of its own right ain't bad, but Tom was already mathematically eliminated and had no chance to get that win. Wayne Sleeger, 005, dead on 0. There'll be high times at the Highway Department in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, come this week. Wayne might even buy pizza for everybody. Might. I didn't say he would. I said he might. Wow. 005, dead 0. Wayne Sleeger, 6:56.0. Tom had a good run. Nothing to sneeze at. Just a 40 thou package comes up, well, 35 thou short. against the 5,000s package. All right, top sportsman final round as we continue crowning our champs. Got a couple to go. Alex Bozak, the little dumpling, the neon, runner out of Chicago. List his age as 50-ish. I like the ish. Bad Eye Brinegar out of Ohio. That is an all Ford Mustang. Alex is an all Mopar Neon. In the Chevrolet to be seen. They're in the finals of Top Sportsman. Chase some national points on the racingrvs.com. Top Sportsman Championship. Both drivers getting a nice little collection of points here this weekend for making it to the final round. Who gets the most? Well, we're going to find out. Bad Eye Brinegar 005 96.2 for the win. Well, it's certainly not a 5,000s package, but it's a winning package. 982 by Alex. He was a little bit tardy off the line. 204 miles an hour, and Bad Eye Brinegar going to take home the Wally to Middletown, Ohio. 696.2 and 005 on the tree. And Comp Eliminator going to put a wrap on the racing activities here this weekend. The 6-cylinder. J. Aldred automatic for Steve Ambrose. The small block for Troy. And again, a tip of the cap to everybody in the Comp Eliminator bonus fund and the shootout. Race Skillman Auto Group and Indy Gear for our shootout we'll be seeing in Bowling Green come August at our final event. The Billingsley Car Wash, Don's Machine Shop, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, Indy Gear, Liberty Gear, T&E Auto Haulers, Bullet Cams, Trend, Diamond Pistons, RCE Cohen Racing, Brow Bell Housings, Camp Lane Machine Shop, and of course Ray Skillman Auto Group. Can't say thank you enough for their support. But right now it's all about the finals. What have you done for me lately? Who's going to get the win and take home the Wally? Going to be Steve? Going to be Troy? Well, we're going to find out. Ambrose left. Troy on the right. First one to the finish line. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Separated off the starting line by 4 thousandths of a second, and Galbraith at the stripe by 26 thousandths gets the win. 681 by Troy at 182, 774 by Steve. 168 miles an hour, the little 6-cylinder 23 T-bucket flying. Troy flying just a little bit better. 26 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory at the other end of the racetrack, and that, boys and girls, is going to put our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event here at Route 66 Raceway in the books. For over 500 race cars here this weekend. And a forecast on Tuesday that said, yuck, we have had a pretty good weekend at the digs. For everybody listening in on D3 TV, want to thank everybody for listening in. We got one test lap coming up. Looks like Dean Dubbin's machine. Butler's car, excuse me. I was looking at the DB sales on the side of it. Wayne Butler coming up. Struggled a little bit in qualifying. Let's see what they can do. Get this car down the racetrack. A little test and tune lap. Final car down the racetrack. Again, for everybody on D3 TV listening in, I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of our race this weekend. For those of you listening in on D3 TV that are racers that had originally planned on coming, I have these words for you. Na 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 na. You should have been here. Mother Nature was great. Congrats, Jeff Dona. Super stock champ. Mother Nature's forecast on Tuesday, and I got to admit it looked horrible. But it just kept getting better. Wayne Butler's alcohol dragster, the injected nitro car. Bit of a test run here with eliminations completed. Again, congrats to all of our winners. Kirk Wolf at the wheel of Brandon Boer's car. One of you needs to come up. Sign the W9 here in the tower for your check-in top alcohol dragster. Nick Morris. Need to see you in the tower. Need to fill out a W9. Devin Eisenhower, likewise, for your runner-up effort in Super Gas. Bob Gibson. I know. Yeah, Butler's car moving around a little bit, but a 557. 240-mile-an-hour lap, and the boys will go down and get him. And that, kids, puts the race weekend to bed. We are done. We are finite. We are finished. And another one in the books. We'll be back in a few weeks. And where's our next stop? Columbus? Next. Then Columbus. Then Indy. And then Bowling Green. We got a lot of racing yet to do. We'll be back here in a month for the 20th annual Route 66 Nationals and the Jags All-Stars. Hope to see everybody here that weekend. I'm going to try and make it. I just got to convince my wife that on her birthday weekend I need to go to the drag races again. Yeah, you're right. It's a bad plan, but hey, you know what? We'll see if we can sell it, because I'd certainly like to be here for the D3 team. Jags All-Star Race. Looking forward to that. Going to be a great event. Again, congrats to all of our champs. Bob Gibson, you need to see us in the tower and the media room to fill out your W9. Still looking for Ronnie Trapman. Still looking for Ronnie Bone. And still looking for Jeremy Mason. Bob, don't forget, we need you to fill out a form. Come on up to the tower, please. On. Well, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Live and in living color. Thank you, Warren Evans, for all your hard work, man. We appreciate it. And I know every racer out there appreciates the D3 TV because, well, that's what we hear as we travel the country. Congratulations, Dave Dallum, on the Super Gas.